long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sara the Raging Tomato here, reporting to you live the news from the panel sphere. Actually, we have Mod Monday this evening, and of course, I brought the lovely Michelle along with me. She's in avatar mode, so I made her little, because all that matters right now is your voice. Right, Michelle?
That's right.
It is a sexy voice, though.
Thank you. I think I just totally sniffed, as you brought me up. I was like,
oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful treat for you tonight. We have the kind of a sensitive topic, but it is a good topic, I think. And with the panelists that we're bringing on, I think it's going to be a great conversation. The topic this evening is euthanasia, and we've got a lot of subcategories to go along with it as well. So I hope you buckle up, tune in, and you're ready for a ride. The first thing I want to throw out there is our clips channel. And Nightbot is going to be ever so kind to drop it in the chat for you throughout the evening. But for right now, I want you all to back out of here, click on that link, and go hit like, subscribe, whatever. And this way, you're going to get all of the Moderator Monday clips. They're going to be coming to you as quickly as I can get them out. It takes a lot of work to edit. I have one more waiting for me to push out again. Not a lot over there going on yet, but it is building, but it's going to build even faster if all 2,200 of you and whatever amount of people go over there right now, click that link, hit the subscribe button, come back, report back, salute, aye, aye, Captain, I am done. I've subscribed. So let me know that you've done that. That'd be great. Please go do that. And then you're going to get all of the fun little highlights, funny moments, and just goofy, crazy stuff that's going on over there. So do that. Do that now. We're going to be running a special drill tonight. It's a little offbeat of what we normally do, but Michelle and I both have two very different things going on this evening. Number one, it is homecoming season for the bratty tomato, and she wants a pretty little dress and pretty little nails. So I have to, go and do that thing with her, and that gets a little expensive. So I have about $100 Cash App dono goal for me going on. Specifically Cash App. Okay. And Michelle also has something else going on. Do you want to tell them about that, Michelle?
Hi.
Very
Yeah.
sad
So
story.
it is really sad. I think I need you to cue music.
Yes, you are cued.
Awesome. Fantastic. All right. I need sad music because I don't, if you know me, I don't show emotion on YouTube. So I need the background to help me out. But anyway, I normally don't ask like directly for donations or anything like that, but I will for this particular one thing because I've not been the same. I lost my bird. I think it was on the 9th. My bird Enzo is now our background for today's stream. And I was really sad about it. Like, you could ask Sara. I literally have not been the same for the past like couple of weeks that she's been gone. I have done everything I can to like attempt to find her and locate her. I definitely don't need any help or suggestions with that. I'm kind of coming to terms with the fact that she's probably gone and I won't see her again. And I'm lonely. I miss my friend. She was like my best friend. And I'm sad. So I am taking donations to the new bird fund. If I rescue one, it'll go to the vetting, new toys, stuff like that. There's things that you can't share bird to bird, so I will need new gear regardless. But like I'm looking for a new bird, basically, is why I'm asking for donations. And yeah, so if you want to donate to me and I don't know, make me feel happy again, then you can donate to my Cash App, and it will go directly to my bird fund. So that was it. So rest in peace, Enzo. I'm sorry you got hawk fooded.
Hawk fooded.
I think that's what happened. Like we have resting hawks and owls outside of my property, and I'm pretty sure that's what happened to her. Although I can dream and think that maybe she ran into some lady gardening, and she's such a great bird that that lady wanted to be keeping her. So yeah.
Yes. Do you have a specific dono goal for our birdie fund?
I mean, anything is great. Like I'm probably gonna get like your basic pet bird. I'm not looking for anything crazy, but anything helps. I don't really want to put a goal to it. Like it's not like that. It's not like a need or anything, you know. But I don't know.
It is a need. It is a need. That was your best friend.
It really was.
That was your best friend. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I can say, I believe she told me earlier it'll cost around, I think it was $400 or $500 to get a new bird. Like that includes all the toys and all of that fun stuff.
Yeah, it'd be about $500 to get what I need.
Exactly. So, oh look, Nightbot's already got us over here. Aww. Nightbot's rocking out. Nightbot just knew when it was time. But what we're going to be doing, okay, we can get rid of the sad music now.
Yeah, get rid of
sad moments.
Sorry. I lost my pet rock. I'm taking donations as well. Face, Doug. Oh yeah. It really was so sad when she flew away, though. Like, oh my god, that sucked. That's like,
listen, I've never seen Michelle so down. It was a lot of conversations, a lot of sad texts, and a lot of sad phone calls. But what we've decided to do for you this evening is to give back a little bit. I think it's about 96% of my viewers are gentlemen. So what we're going to do is if you Cash App either one, we'll get that immediately. And we will interrupt the show for that Cash App. But not only that, we will come up with a beautiful commercial like one of these.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Insert your name there. And that's what we're doing tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So anytime we get a Cash App, now it has to be $10 or more for the Cash App for this to happen this way. So if you want to super chat, that's fine. That's going to go in the regular direction. When the panel starts, we'll only interrupt every 10 minutes during the hot seat rounds. However, for the Cash Apps that are $10 or more, we will stop everything of what we're doing. You'll get one of those sexy commercials, which I made quite a few of them, okay? And I even made one for the ladies as well. But you will get to interrupt the show with one of those sexy lady videos, and we will read your super chat. Now, I do know Cash App can show real names. If you don't want us to say a name, then please, in the comment of the Cash App, chat thing, put in who it's from. Okay, that way we can say that name and not whatever name that's coming through, because we're not going to say whatever name's coming through. That stays private between us, and that's it. So another little sneak peek for you fellas. Cash App, $10 or more. Interrupt the panel.
This message is sponsored in part by...
There you go. That's what you get. Not only are those two beautiful ladies part of the commercial breaks, but there are a few others there as well. So yes, have fun with that. I hope it helps. I hope it incentivizes you to help donate to the Homecoming Fund and also to the new.
We got a donation, actually.
Oh,
Thank
we
you
did.
so much. Good one.
Would you like to read it out loud?
I'm going to protect privacy because we forgot to mention Cash App will kind of send you names. If you don't put your screen name in there, I'm not going to say it, but I'm pretty sure this is from Good One. Thank you so much. It just says for the bird. If you put in your screen name to tell me who it's from, I'll say who it's from. If not, I'm going to keep it anonymous. I'm like very sure this is from Good One though, and that is so amazing. Thank you so much.
Well, if that is you, Grid One, this one's for you. Everybody say thank you, Grid One.
This message is sponsored in part by
Grid One.
Grid One. Also, I got one from Bender. He gets a little booty as well. Thank you so much. You guys.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Support the bird fund, ladies and gentlemen. And
yeah, you guys just literally made it so I could get a bird, and I appreciate that so much. And like, I'm literally ready to cry. Holy shit! Oh,
Enzo,
I miss her so much.
And thank you to you, and shout out to anybody who does donate, especially to Michelle. This is a sad story. We don't like it, and it is for a good cause. That was her best friend, so we need to buy Michelle a best friend, please. Please do that.
So amazing.
Make the girl a happy girl.
They already did. Like, honestly, I really wasn't expecting like anything from YouTube, but that was so sweet, and I appreciate that so much.
It's a sad story. Like, this is a really good cause tonight. This whole show is dedicated to Enzo, ladies and gentlemen. Did it send from my?
We totally didn't tell you. It sent like your name. We didn't say it. I was pretty sure that was from you though. And I appreciate that so much. Good one.
No, yeah. Either way, she got you. We keep privacy. Privacy is very important over here, and especially in YouTube. That's why we don't typically run the Cash App stuff, because I know people are afraid of that. And so
I won't say who it's from unless you put in a screen name. And yeah, we got you.
Mark Lossman says, "Hey Sarah, any tips for getting over my ex-wife? Heartbroken, miss my children. Well, tune in for the commercial breaks. We'll help you get over it real fast." But thank you, Grid One, for starting it off, and thank you for Bender for keeping it going. We appreciate
so much.
You guys. All right, so what we're going to do is Michelle's going to head back to the backstage. We're going to get started on this video that we have queued up for euthanasia, and we're going to, I think our panelists, they'll start heading to the backstage around 9:10. So when they get back there, all will be well, and I will be a happy girl that everybody shows up on time. And if they don't, you're all gonna be wishing euthanasia was legal. All right, Michelle, say goodbye to everybody.
Goodbye. Thank you all again. That was so nice. I really appreciate you, Sarah, and for letting me take part and doing that for me. That was really kind of you as well.
Absolutely. And she's going to stay backstage so that if she gets any more Cash Apps, she will be able to jump back in and interrupt whatever is going on in that moment. We will play another sexy lady for you and give you a shout out and whatever it is you say in the comments. So
thank you, Grid.
Thank you, Grid. All right, back to this. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and get my screen going. I hope you're all doing well. I didn't get to do my normal shout out this evening like I always do, but it was for a good cause, and we're all about that. And I think you can all live without it. Hold on, I need to share. Okay. I got that one full screen. All right, this one should be queued up. Hopefully we don't get any lags this evening because that's really obnoxious. I absolutely cannot stand it when it lags. Let me turn the music down for you. And now we can all breathe. And those who are hanging out over in Caucasian Sasquatch, you're probably wondering why you're here. You're here because he is connected backstage. He is one of our hot seaters for the evening, so he will be tuning in later. He will be the first one on for the hot seat. He was extra early tonight, and we like that. We like those people. All right, euthanasia. What do we think about it? Are there boundaries? Are there boundaries? Let's get into it. And I got to turn my volume on.
Hello, you've reached the Provincial Health Services Authority telephone line for medical assistance in dying.
The countdown to Joe.
Oh, I did want to say one more thing. I apologize, folks. Because this is an incredibly sensitive and triggering topic, I'm going to repeat myself later when the panelists come on, but I do want everybody to be mindful, especially in the chat, that this is incredibly triggering for a lot of people. There are hotlines out there if you do feel the need that you can't go on any further. And if you need to reach out to somebody, please do so. We're here to help our peers. We are a community. And to our mods on both mine and Caucasian Sasquatch side, and for any other mods, for anybody else who decides to connect their channel, please be mindful that anything that is above and beyond, like breaking TOS or just could be triggering to people, please just remove the comment. That would be incredibly great. And give them a warning shot, so on and so forth. You know the drill, but this is super sensitive. We have to be sensitive in how we talk about this. So I ask for everybody to oblige and go along with it, okay? I appreciate your cooperation in advance. Thank you.
Joni Cowie's death has begun.
Your call is important to us.
If you call the number on the government website, they will provide doctors that will sign off for you.
Like many disabled Canadians, she is stuck in a cycle of poverty and despair.
It's no hope for anybody in Ontario. That's a good boy.
So she's planning to end her life
Up.
with the government's help.
They can have me dead in 90 days. That's what I was told.
Like in my case, the problem is not really the disability. It is the poverty.
Les Landry is in the same position, wanting to live, but seeing no other option than death.
These two are for my asthma. This is for my COPD. Since when did we stop looking at the value of human life in this country?
It's a question people with disabilities and their advocates ask constantly.
We can organize medical assistance in dying in approximately 2 weeks in a very organized and efficient manner. Yet it is so difficult to get my patients the social support that they need to live well. That is morally distressing.
All right, so just starting off, we're given two people who are financially just unable to get through a day, but also medically they're disabled or just have a lot of stuff piling up in terms of their medical needs. Who no longer wish to go forward. It would be easier just to not deal with it in that aspect. And what the other gentleman was saying was that if you wanted to do euthanasia, I believe this is in Canada. If you wanted to do euthanasia, it's a fast track line. Like you could basically get yourself lined up and set in a matter of 2 weeks, but yet getting care and support for other medical needs requires a lot more effort, a lot more red tape, and a lot of more time. And, in a lot of senses, I know our healthcare systems in all different countries all have their issues and things going on. But one thing I feel like is the common denominator is time is of the essence and resources. And it's almost disappointing, that our medical care puts us in such a position where it's easier to get put down, I'd say, than it is to actually get well. it's very disturbing that that's a problem. And the fact that we prioritize one over the other almost makes me wonder, do our countries, or in this instance, it would be Canada, do they care about the health and wellness or people getting better? Or is it easier just to, when a horse breaks a leg, you put it down instead of healing it? So it's a matter of like, how how much do you provide back to society? Like, now we're putting like worth on humans. So, little thought process.
At Vistaprint, we print all the signs that help your small.
Sorry, I need to pay for premium. I know I'm cheap.
In Windsor, Ontario, Joni deals with the grinding financial pain of living in poverty during an affordability crisis, compounded by the physical pain of disability.
I have severe asthma that's turned into COPD and Guillain-Barré syndrome, as well as cancer. I also just recently fractured my back. I'm tired
Ouch.
a lot. The pain is excruciating. He told me.
Joni lives with her 3
Doggies.
dogs and her daughter, who is also disabled. They have no family support, so they have to find a way to survive on $1,228 a month Joni gets from Ontario's Disability Support Program, plus a few $100s more for her daughter. Even with subsidized housing, it's not nearly enough.
We have about $59 left to buy groceries in a month because our home, we have to have housing insurance, rent, hydro is high, gas is high. I get angry at people who say you need to budget better because I just want to say to them, go to hell. I really do. And I don't swear very often.
Here's the thing. Joni's financial struggle is not at all unique. During the pandemic, the government decided working Canadians needed at least $2,000 a month to live, while the disabled were forced to get by on much less.
They had CERB, but not for people with disabilities. People with disabilities have been put on the back burner, and nobody gives a damn about them.
Disability supports vary from province to province. On the low end, imagine surviving on $705 a month, as people with disabilities do in New Brunswick. Or
I wonder what the cost of living is, but I'm sure that that's probably not not going to still be enough. I mean, it just sounds a little ridiculous. And a kind reminder to everybody, I'm going to drop the link again for the Clips channel. Please go hit it, subscribe to it. We want to build that one up as well. We're having a lot of fun with it. And more videos are going to be pumping out. So you want to be the one that sees it. So all of our Mod Mondays will be clipped and put over there, plus a little extra fun stuff too.
how about living on $1,358 a month in Vancouver, where the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is $2,500? The most recent numbers from Statistics Canada reveal 41% of Canadians living under the poverty line have a disability. That's more than 1.5 million people, about the population of Montreal.
That sounds like a country problem. I mean, that sounds like a societal issue for them if that is the
Our
case.
social assistance rates place people with disabilities below the poverty line, approximately 25% below the poverty line. So honestly, this is legislated poverty for people with disabilities. This is the kind of care that's needed.
Dr. Nahid Dasani is a palliative care physician and professor of community and family medicine at the University of Toronto. He gave us a tour of the East Toronto neighborhood where he offers street-based care, often to people with disabilities living in poverty.
Many of the people we care for are dealing with serious illnesses, but often they're very sick because of their social circumstances. There are significant health outcomes if we don't address those issues and treat those issues.
The result, Dr. Dosani is increasingly discussing MAID, or medical assistance in dying, with his patients. Not necessarily because they want to die, but because they see no way out of the twin miseries of poverty and disability.
When people are living in such a situation where they're structurally placed in poverty, is medical assistance in dying really a choice, or is it coercion?
Under Canada,
That's a good point. And that's why I said, if the horse breaks its leg, do you just put it down? Like, do you not see the value? Obviously a horse is kind of useless in that aspect, but a human still offers something to society, to their family, to their friends, to their community. I mean, in theory, right? But is it are we devaluing humans that much to where we put them in a position where it's like, we're going to force you into such a position where you kind of have no other way, and in that aspect, it's kind of like only the strong will survive. Is that what we want? I don't know if that's necessarily what we want in the world, because if it was that easy, everybody would do it. If somebody doesn't like the hair in my eyes. Oh my, so much anger. Oh, man. Hi, Dad. I really feel for Joni. She lives in Canada, which has socialized medicine for Americans who think Obamacare is the system we should have. Think again. Yeah, good point. Everybody say hi, Dad. The grumpy tomato. Anyways, but it's just kind of like, are we being, well, not we, but would people in this predicament be kind of like, as he said, coercion and kind of forced against the wall, where it's like there is no other direction? What else are you going to do? And if you think that, you know, you're disabled, you have no other means, or you're incapable of doing, you're disabled and you can't work. Like, if you're in that position, then yeah, I mean, what other avenues can you take? I guess you could be a streamer, right? I'm pretty sure the way that guy was talking, I think he does a Twitter or something. I don't know if we hit that part yet, but I remember him doing that. Looks like he's got
His first medical assistance in dying law passed in 2016. A person's death had to be, quote, reasonably foreseeable to be approved. Last year, eligibility was expanded to people who have a, quote, serious and irreversible illness or disability that causes intolerable suffering. Now, people like Joni qualify. On social media, it's a constant conversation.
But almost everyone is like, yeah, just kind of waiting to see, how it is in 6 months. Going to see how it is in 8 months. We'd like to make it to a year, but I don't think we're going to make it to a year. I cried a lot at night. I usually stay up a lot at night. I pray a lot.
In Medicine Hat, Alberta, Les Landry is contemplating MAID and leaving behind his beloved service dog, Annie. Les has been growing steadily poorer and more desperate since his career as a truck driver was derailed more than a decade ago.
Disability can happen to anyone at any time. I was doing good. I was making good money, 85 grand a year. I developed a hernia. And then that's when the surgery happened. That's when the blood pressure went out of control. That's when I developed epilepsy and the 3 mini strokes, and things just fell apart. Good girl.
On Alberta's disability program, Les was receiving $1,685 a month, plus benefits for his service dog, special diet, and medications.
This is my blister pack.
Along with timely donations from strangers on Twitter, he was just scraping by.
That's for a week.
Then in May, he turned 65. In the bureaucratic shuffle, he was transitioned from disability to senior status. And
you hold a good point here, Pinkerton. Notice how fast they are willing to help people die rather than help them live. And that's kind of like, Michelle, that's kind of like the point that, it's like, well, if you have if your resources are so well built to basically fast pass these people through, and to be able to provide the funding and everything for that, then why can't you redirect that to actually giving them the medical supplies they need and the ability to live and thrive and do well? I feel like there are, other things going on here. Hi, TickyTack. I see you backstage. I know any of our other panelists will be joining us as well here shortly, and we should be kicking off here in about 12 minutes. I'm so excited. Feel free to connect back there if you want. Totally up to you.
I have to jump in. I got another super chat.
Ooh, hold on. Let's give them another sexy one. Oops.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Go ahead, Michelle.
So, Bender, tell me to shave my arms. Okay, it says from Bender, tell me to shave my arms. I don't know which name I'm supposed to be giving this to, but whoever this is directed to, shave your arms, and thank you for this, the donation to the Bird Fund. I really appreciate that.
Aw.
Okay, I'll go away now. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I'm glad. I'm so glad. I gotta put my thing back up on screen here. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. I guess it was probably like timing for the type of videos that we're playing for the commercial breaks is probably not the best to impede on such a serious. Maybe it is a good thing because it lightens the mood a little. Okay.
Lost some benefits.
I am no longer a person with a disability. I'm a senior citizen in poverty.
In the past, Les planned ahead, made extra payments on his bills. But he's no longer able to do that and is forced to rely even more on donations.
The big picture is if I didn't plan ahead and make them extra payments, I'd probably be homeless. I cannot live the rest of my life on the goodwill of friends on Twitter. No.
Les, Joni, and many other disabled Canadians who share their stories with Global News say they aren't against medically assisted dying in principle, but they say Canada should have raised disability benefits before expanding access to it.
Have some disabilities and living in pain. They targeted people with disabilities and people with chronic pain. And I said, if you're going to do that, you have a responsibility to also lift the benefits and increase the quality of life for people with disabilities, the people you are targeting.
We should prioritize healthcare and social support that promotes the human rights of all.
Trudeau Lemons is a professor of health law and policy at the University of Toronto. He has been warning the Canadian government for years that the speed and scope of its plans to expand access to assisted dying was a violation of the rights of disabled Canadians.
Out of a misplaced form of compassion, we think that persons with disabilities have a reason to end their life earlier than others. This basically is discriminatory.
Only about a dozen.
Another great point. Is it discriminatory? Because are you kind of harnessing that in? Are you putting those people in that position? Keep them just tall enough to stand above the water to where you have to tread the water on your own and you're eventually going to tire out. I do think there is some kind of coercion built into that, maybe not intentionally, but as a sidestep that it's possible. And my son came down to say goodnight, and he wanted me to show you all his little dude. I don't know his name. I don't think he has a name, but he's the little red dude. But yeah, he's coming by to say hello. He's hanging with me for the rest of the night. Okay. But yeah, it's almost disappointing that we put people in such a position where you kind of have no other direction. The only way is down at that point.
Dozen countries have legalized doctor-assisted death. Lemon says the few that allow it for patients who aren't terminally ill have stronger protections than Canada against coercion and suffering caused by poverty.
In my view, we're actually failing to implement even some of the most basic safeguards that at least exist in those countries.
Belgium and the Netherlands have had assisted dying since the early 2000s. In both countries, doctors are forbidden from suggesting it to patients. They must also exhaust all other options before approving it.
We're getting rid of this idea that we'll first try the least interventionist measures. I find that actually quite extraordinary that we've forgotten, I think, the seriousness of ending the life of a person as a measure to relieve their suffering.
As Canada has opened up eligibility, the number of cases has shot up. In 2021, more than 10,000 Canadians opted for a medically assisted death. That's a 32% increase from the year before. The numbers have increased faster here than any other country where it's legal, including the Netherlands and Belgium.
So even though those countries have been practicing medical assistance in dying or euthanasia for 20 years, they are at the rate that we have after only a couple of years.
There is no way of knowing how many of those deaths could have been avoided with the right supports, but we know there are some. Recently in Canada, an Ontario woman suffering from chemical sensitivities reportedly opted for a medically assisted death because she couldn't afford appropriate housing. And in another troubling case, A Veterans Affairs employee suggested it to a veteran who was seeking help for PTSD and a traumatic brain injury.
Often I hear arguments, well, this is not impacting that many people. But you know what? If it affects one person, that's way too many people. And we need to do something about that.
The controversy surrounding MAID is not going away. In March, the government plans to expand access yet again to include people with mental illnesses. More support may be coming. A new Canada disability benefit is before Parliament for the second time. It was dropped last year when a federal election was called.
Sit.
But Joni and Les are skeptical. We already know seniors will not be eligible.
This government has a history on how they treat people with disabilities, 18 to 65. Well, that excludes me and anybody in my situation.
So sorry. Please speak up to your member of parliament, to your members of provincial parliament, because people with disabilities don't ask for their disability.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I just can't see me living like this for the rest of my life.
All right. I really feel like this is going to be a great topic tonight. It's incredibly interesting, a little sad. I mean, now this is just kind of one piece of it. It's just kind of like one side piece of the whole conversation. Now, I would really like the panel, and I see they're all backstage. We've got Primal Studies, we've got Rezzivaer, we've got Rachel's Ghost, and we've got TickyTack, all set and ready to go. So I'll bring them all up here in just a minute. But I'm super excited. And if any one of you backstage would like to hit the restream button in the top right corner, feel free to do so. We love sending it out and let you go ahead and get your free content while you're here, because you are the ones doing all of the work. But I would really like to see the panelists go down the route of, number one, let's just start with the basic question. Is euthanasia okay? Is it okay to do? Should we allow it? That's question number one. And then we can go into some other subcategories. I'd like to hear, number one, for anybody that's disabled, right? Because disability doesn't necessarily mean you're terminally ill, but it means you are, for the rest of your life, going to be in a certain predicament. Then we're going to go down the route of like anybody with mental illnesses. I'd like to hear the panel speak to that concept. So people who have basically lifelong mental illnesses, things that affect them, whether it's like schizophrenia, bipolar, depression, especially like depression. And the question I have is, are we allowing these people to make these decisions with a sound mind if they already don't have a sound mind? So I'd really like to hear on that. And then we can, and then, then we can tap into kind of some other avenues. So if everybody backstage is ready, if I could just get a thumbs up from everyone. I see 1, 2, 3, I think TickyTack and Rezzivaer. I believe you're off screen right now, but I'm going to presume we're okay. And I think we should get started here. What do you guys think? All right.
Release the Kraken!
Just in the bathroom. I'm literally going on the thing now, so I'm sorry.
No, we'll go ahead and mute him for a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're excited. I think we've got a great panel for tonight. I think we have a wonderful topic picked out, and I'm super excited to hear what everybody has to say. Let's start up in the top. I've got Rachel's Ghost, I've got Rezzivaer, I've got Primal Studies, and I've got TickyTack, all here to give you a nice little fun debate. I think, Rezzivaer, are you there with us now?
Sorry about that.
Oh,
1 second.
That's okay. Take your time.
Here, how are you?
Oh, wonderful. How are you?
Good.
Perfect. All right. So, what I'd like to do is to start with the panel. And if you could take a few minutes, each one of you, to introduce yourself and then also give your stance on just the basic question of whether you think euthanasia should we allow it, yes or no? So, let's go ahead and start there with you, Rachel.
Rachel's Ghost, music channel. Hard to see here, guitar up there, a lot of records and stuff. Do that, and Sara and I cross paths somewhere, somehow, and we become friends. She's just wonderful, and really happy to be here to discuss the topic of euthanasia. And I'm on the against euthanasia side of the coin, and the reasons for that will become obvious as we move along.
Perfect. All right, Rezzivaer. Am I saying that right, Rezzivaer?
You can say whatever you want. I deliberately leave it obtuse because I don't really do a single type of content. I'm a variety creator. My name is Rezzivaer, Rezzivaer, whatever you want to say. I stream from 3 to 8 p.m. on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, and some other platforms. Rezzivaer on all of them. So check me out. I am pro euthanasia, and again, my reasons will become known shortly.
Fair enough. And to you, Primal Studies.
Hey everybody, Matt here. Primal Studies, kind of a general manosphere, self-improvement YouTuber, I guess, if you will. Background, registered nurse, personal trainer, Army veteran, and I am on the pro side of euthanasia.
Okay. And to you, TickyTack.
I am TickyTack. So I don't generally run YouTube channel, but I show up on many panelist debates, and I am part of the Crucible crew.
Perfect. And then your stance on euthanasia?
Yes. So I'm against.
Fair enough. All right. Would everybody would somebody like to go ahead and start, or I can prompt the questions?
Oh, I'll start. Why not?
Go for it.
Okay. So my position, I come from a Christian ethos, value system. So life is critical. This is why we're pro-life when it comes to the abortion question. And so because of that belief system, because we value life, we want to see it continue. We believe that God is the arbiter in that area and that we shouldn't take it upon ourselves to do so, notwithstanding issues of long suffering and pain and discomfort. But our look is towards God. Now, within the context of a secular society, we've seen the value placed on human life minimized and looked upon more that we are just simply another organism on the planet, and that we show mercy, quote that term, mercy to our cats and dogs. Therefore, we should extend that same mercy to humans. And what I would argue is that we can medicate. I have personal history. My mother was dying, and the doctor there, I live in Canada, so a lot of what you were showing earlier is relevant to my situation being in Canada, where we are seeing the biggest fear that we have is that the autonomy of our own self-determination. The idea is that, oh, grandma went out on her own terms with great dignity. And so we have a language, we have an infrastructure, a social infrastructure around this whole transformative process now, where our society has changed from this pro-life situation, where now it's because we've devalued ourselves as the made in God's image kind of concept to just simply a biological matter. And therefore, like we would a dog or cat, put out of its misery. But the doctor to my mother, my personal testimony is that the doctor talked to her and to us, my mother was out of it and said, we really encourage that you give us the right to take her off, and we suggest that she go now. And we said, what do you know, whoa, they were very anxious for us to kind of have done with her and write her off. And we couldn't do that. We couldn't do that. And so because of that, the doctor, my mom rallied, and the doctor said, this is, wow, unusual, really sorry, you know, that, but yeah, I can see that she survived. And I feel bad about it. You know, he was apologetic. So that's problematic. The whole idea, though, is independent of all things. It's that the value must be on life. We must value life. If we devalue it, then the control and these decisions, the decision-making mechanism, it's a slippery slope. It may start with us going, mother and grandmother or whoever went out on their own recognizance. That right will be taken away from us. Ultimately, it's going to be dictated by the state. And I would argue that higher moral values than human life, such as the benefit of the planet. There's a great Glenn Beck video from the World Economic Forum where you've got this elderly woman saying, I have lived a good life. And it goes on with a series of seniors going, the planet cannot sustain itself with the population the way it is. I have lived a good life. That was the tagline on it. And what happens is that with that message, without saying it, was trying to indicate, hey, the planet can't sustain anymore. You old people at a certain point, to be determined by who, I don't know, you tell me, is going to ultimately going to be taken away for us. Why? From a higher moral standard of planetary survival based on challenges in the area of climate change. And the other one last thought about this is also some of the decision making where people go, well, this person has chosen to die. There's a fella named John T. Godfrey, born in Montreal, Canada, World War II fighter pilot. He died in 1958. He was a state senator for Rhode Island, if I remember correctly. And he ended up dying of ALS. But he tells the story. Here's a fighter pilot. He was in the famous prison camp, World War II, Stalag Luft 3, which was scene of the Great Escape. That guy was assigned to that prison of war camp. He describes in his testimony of having ALS that he was watching a commercial and he starts breaking down in tears because this woman couldn't get her husband's shirt cleaned. And so here's a guy that was in prison, fought the Nazis during World War II, but his emotional state was being compromised by his medical condition to the extent where, crises and problems are heightened. They're out of context and out of proportion to the actual reality that is facing them. And one final comment here before I release my portion of this, my intro, is my younger brother took himself out. So he unlived himself in 1995. And, he made that decision. And I equate anything else along the same line. Like, people don't realize the damage it's going to do. And I do say this, the emotional damage to loved ones, you never get over it. You love your family. But the other thing is that if he had hung on, he was battling alcoholism. So there were attending factors to destabilizing his own mental well-being at this time. But I will say this, that, life is a series of tunnels, a train going through a series of tunnels. There's dark periods, there's depressing times, there's challenging times, there's familial loss, all sorts of problems. But hang tough, kids. You get through it ultimately. And as a Christian person, I just go, put your faith in God, look towards God, and use, the advances in medicine for pain control and this sort of thing. My mother, she did not die quickly. She died over a 3-day period. She was having a hard time breathing, and they just medicated her with morphine, I assume, to maintain it. So that's my take on things.
Floor is open.
So I actually also have an intro on this.
Sure.
Yeah, so I should be able to do this in under 3 minutes. But so first, I'd like to begin to say that, Sara, thank you very much for setting up this debate. You are a wonderful person for allowing us to do this. And on that, I will begin with presenting the most common position to support medically assisted assistance in dying, which I'll refer to MAID throughout this debate. MAID is a treatment to end suffering. Whether it be framed on terminal illness or a mental illness, the reason why come from ending to suffering one's pain. Sorry, let me repeat that. The reasons for why coming to end the suffering and one's pain and mental anguish or burden as they impose onto others. Sorry, I completely messed that up. But
that's okay.
I'll continue on. I, however, do not believe that MAID is a treatment to end the suffering. as one who faces the death can become the worst punishment and cause of ultimate anguish. One might say, well, these people want MAID. They are agreeing to hoping. They're agreeing and hoping for the cause to happen. But I ask, what are the moments up to unconsciousness? How do we know if the patient has changed their mind? We know from IBSA Foundation for Scientific Research, brain activity continues up to 30 seconds after cardiac arrest. How do we know the consent is still there after cardiac arrest up to brain death? Now I can hear the counters. Why should we care that much? They have already stated clearly that they want MAID. But I would point to the studies produced by American Journal of Psychiatry and Journal of Hospital of Psychiatry that show that people who have attempted self-termination, 80% do not attempt again. It's like they found a new reason to live through their suffering. With knowing these facts, how can we be certain that a person demanding MAID actually wants it up until brain death? And if they find the desire to live after treatment has been administered with no way of reversing the treatment would produce the worst amount of suffering a person can face. For a treatment that was advertised as relief from suffering has now become the ultimate punishment of suffering before death. Due to the risk involved in causing more suffering to those who change their mind during treatment, I cannot support any forms of MAID.
Okay.
That's
Floor
it.
is open.
Yeah, I believe in liberty. I think the quality of liberty is such that someone should have near total control over one's own autonomy. It's a simple choice to allow people that which they desire that does not bring harm to others, with regards, of course, to mental health, poverty, and other detriments. Allowing euthanasia gives people control over that fate and choice to abide by whatever creed or cause that they believe in. I think that these arguments of Christianity are fundamentally unchristian in my belief, because when I listen to this, all I get to hear is somebody being told that now you must walk the path. You are getting that choice eliminated from you. You're going ahead and stepping in on God's own hand, where He gave us that free will to go and do those things. So I reject that outright. I find that honestly kind of disgusting that somebody would go ahead and claim such things while also trying to rewrite God's plan. But I found that to become most of the arguments from this. When you come to the secular lens, I do feel that a lot of this that we're going ahead and going to end up complaining here is we're going to be conflating that self-termination with this 80% to the same thing that people that are actually seeking this assistance out, as well as the precautions that we take to ensure that somebody is a candidate for this, somebody who is terminally ill, someone who has a quality of life that is unsustainable. And again, we can go ahead and look at the video that Sara provided if we want to have a conversation about poverty and how the West goes ahead and allows its people that are at its weakest function, between kids, disabled, elderly, and how we do not go ahead and take care of our people. I am more than willing to have that conversation. But when it comes down to this, that is something that we need to put aside unless we want to have a much longer talk about our inadequate use of resources to take care of the individuals within our society. That said, I'm very interested in having this conversation, and I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, I'll cap it off and we'll kind of get to it then. I agree with a lot of the perspectives that were shared already. I think ultimately, at least in the countries that we mostly reside in, there's a lot of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, freedom to choose your own path. And just because one person's religious alignment doesn't align with yours doesn't mean that everybody has to follow the same path. So that being said, I think that putting in a blanket thing for everybody in a society based on one perspective is short-sighted and should not be the only way of doing things. It is a way and people can choose their way, but I think that ultimately people should have the freedom to choose if they live or die.
Floor is open, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, again, to reiterate, I think as Rezzivaer was saying, that's like the idea of autonomy is a nice thing within a secular context, so we can dispel of any religiosity or any appeal to any spiritual oversight on this, just simply looking at the question of autonomy. My concern, Rez, is as time advances, as time moves on, that the autonomy that we initially had that opens the door, that provided the Fuller Brushman, I'm dating myself, foot in the door, pry the door open to allow us to go out with dignity, as you were, with all whatever language you want to use to enforce that thought, is going to be ultimately removed from us. And as I stated, why, for some other higher moral reason, as dictated unilaterally by the government down to its people. You got to go, Grandma. There's no room for you no more. We can't afford you. You're a drain on societal resources. We don't have the room anymore. In fact, I was just watching a news report again in Canada where they're moving people that with long-term illness out of the hospitals. They're shipping them 70, 100. I know this is not directly related, but again, it shows this autocratic, dictatorial, governmental oversight of things, saying we don't have the hospital beds, we got to move you. And whether you want it or not, your autonomy doesn't mean a hill of beans to us. You got to go 70, 150 miles away from your home in the north. That means you're out into some sort of facility, you're away from family, away from your support because you're long-term disability. So you're not able to look or care for the person at home. My mother had long-term disability, dementia. We tried the best to give her autonomy, and eventually we couldn't. It was a 24/7 operation for her, and so she went into a long-term facility home. But she went into a assisted living institution first. Then we got her into an apartment a block away. Then we got her into an apartment directly below us, and then she went into the nursing home because we couldn't take her. And the government was doing everything it could to keep her out of that institution. So they had her going along for 13 out of 14 points. They had a system of points you had to hit and score upon for your, have you been to the hospital? Yeah, we took her to the hospital. Was she admitted? Well, no, the waiting was 4 hours long. We didn't get her in, so we took her home after her fall. Check. Well, that doesn't count. So the government used that not to put her in. So she had all but finished. A social worker, the nurse aide, or whatever this representative of the government was. She was about to put her book away. And I said, she goes, well, your mom seems fine. And my mom was a crafty, smart lady, even in her dementia. She knew what was going on. And so she had been really well prepared for this. But at the end, I got my mom on a psychological weakness. I said, hey, Mrs. So-and-so, ask my mom how my dad's doing. Now, my dad had been dead for 10 years or so. And she goes, oh, he's fine. And when it started talking about the father, and then right away, just with that caused her to open up her book again and go through, and we got my mom admitted. But if I hadn't interceded at that point and put the question to her, how's dad doing? And then my mom coming up with some, in her mind, dementia, that he's alive and well and doing great. And he wasn't, of course. He was deceased. So there is.
I'm very glad the craftiness didn't translate to you, because you can't craft a fucking sentence without going ahead and taking up 2 to 3 minutes. But I will translate the Japanese for the audience.
Hey, hold on.
No, don't hold on. You literally got to say the entire argument.
Rezzivaer, can I hop in here, because I think I could satisfy both sides on this. If you just give me a moment, I think I can satisfy everybody on this.
Why the ad?
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. 'Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Okay, I didn't think hold up just a second. I didn't think I would have to do that early. Normally this doesn't start until we start hitting the hot seats, but let's everybody take a deep breath. All right. Rezzivaer, the floor is to you. But if you do throw insults, they are going to be allowed to respond to those insults.
Could I actually steal your time, Rezzivaer? Because I'm not making an argument towards you for a moment.
Yeah, we're pivoting. It's fine. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay. Rachel, I'm sorry to say, but you're making an appeal to emotion fallacy during this entire time for your arguments, and it's based off a lot of anecdotal experience, and it's not going to move this conversation ahead when we're contesting with the actual argument that's being presented on the other side, which is life, liberty, and freedoms. So I'd actually like to contest directly to the life, liberty, and freedoms. So I'm just going to start out with this statement that I believe that my position actually provides more rights, liberties, and freedoms in the fact that I am concerned about the consent up until brain death, while you guys are only concerned about death up until consent on writing that piece of paper and allowing that person to take the medication.
I'm not just concerned with that. I do think that the sole arbiter of violence in our societies is the government. That is my fundamental understanding of how the government works. We say, hey, we got bad things going on. We need somebody to go ahead and take care of it. And then we can actually go ahead and live peaceably, right? I do think that our governments do overstep all the time, right? I think that this is already happening. We've seen it in Canada with the kids, the reservations that they ignored, covered up, did all that. So we don't really care that much about that. People still don't, because it's still kind of just brushed under the rug. Just the same as for me in America, the way that we deal with police here. I think this idea that we give a care about life often does come from where Rachel is, anecdotally, emotionally. And, I do absolutely feel that in this case, you have a mother who obviously, has some faculty to continue living. If I'm understanding correctly, she didn't have a terminal illness, but rather a decreased condition that it was suggested, and then you intervened. Am I misstating that?
No, I think you're correct. I would also like to present upon, even though I brought up the example of things like attempted unalivings, and that 80% and 20% is the average on people who reoffend and not. Let's say that we do have the scenario where we have medical professionals that are evaluating the person to see if they are actually a qualified person to undergo this treatment of MAID. It's like, let's say that we were able to reduce the percentages to 90-10, like 90% actually is more than likely going to be okay with this procedure, but 10% is left over and more than likely is going to end up suffering towards that very pivotal moment in their consciousness of death. Personally, I don't see it as a benefit to allow that mistake of 10% to even go through and experience that amount of suffering. So on the safe side, I would rule that absolutely no, we cannot allow MAID.
I think that when you're saying these 80-20%, sorry, I'll let you get in there after this primal. Sorry.
I am going to interrupt the panel for this one. Stepping back, Jack comes in with a $50 saying, don't know how, but somehow this is a Fatty and Black Dawn fault. Great show. I'm cloud watching your entire catalog. So far, I'm entertained and willing to support. I'll be around. Nice to meet you, Sarah, and nice to meet you as well. Stepping back. Thank you so much for the super dono. I'm going to leave that up for a while and back to you guys. I apologize.
Yeah, you're fine. I think that when I'll bring it back here, you're citing the statistic of unaliving as this 80-20. I think that in a lot of situations, when we look at what causes or brings those causes to come forth, we're not talking about inconquerable things. We're talking about people making a temporary decision for a permanent, permanent decision for a temporary problem. Sorry, I got that backwards. Got that Willy Wonka error today. But I do think that when we look at that, we can say, and I did caveat this within my beginning, because I do think that we actually do need to focus more on mental health services. So that way people who are going ahead and going through these sorts of things, even going on disability itself, I saw a statistic that there is like a something around like a 15% increase from the moment that somebody would become disabled as determined by the government, in Canada, for instance, that they would go ahead and start to try to attempt such things and actually be open and receptive to that. I would say that, no, we need to focus more on the mental health care for people at their most critical and pivotal positions. Is only after we go ahead and get past these bars, which is what the attempt of the legislation is. I just don't think it does go far enough. I think that we should have further panels, at least compared to Canada's system. And I would honestly prefer more of the Norwegian, system generally, if I would go through my research of this, where the doctor is simply not allowed to even enter the idea. It has to be something requested by the person involved.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's and I feel like that I actually granted you a little bit leeway on that position of the 80-20% upon unaliving. And I gave you the example of like 10 to 90. Like, let's say that 90 is the successful situation, 10 not. I'll even grant 199%. You know, 1% comes out. I still don't think that is worth the risk in order to allow somebody to go through that suffering. And I also completely agree with you that we do need to invest in more mental health services, disability, and also just reforming society in general where we're more helpful to each other, you know. But it still doesn't come down to the subject, and the contention that we have is, should MAID be allowed? And I don't really hear much of an argument as to the reasons why MAID should be allowed from your side that also is able to contend against my statement of, you know, we cannot observe consent when the person is unconscious, and being able to contest against that, you know. So that's really what I'm going to.
Do you know that 3% of people that get ACL surgeries regret getting the surgery? Should we stop doing those too?
Well, this is the contention about MAID. I'm not sure on the details of what you present.
They have a regret. They've obviously gone against their autonomy, which is what you're trying to establish. But that's at a high
have they died?
1 to 99.
Have they died out of this procedure?
They've now entered themselves into a lifelong of suffering that they didn't wish to endure.
But is it death? Is it the suffering of death?
This is the same argument.
No, it's not, because we're talking about the ultimate punishment that exists, which is death. Why do you think we have capital punishment? Because capital punishment is the ultimate punishment that we can serve to somebody. So we're not talking about a certain elective surgery that somebody goes into or reject. We're talking about somebody who is ending their life.
I mean, if you're changing the quality of your life to become that of suffering, that can kind of end the way you live. Somebody who's
but I've already presented with the statistics upon suicide that the majority of people actually regret the idea that they went to attempt and fallen back. No, it's very comparable. It's the comparison. Look, if you let me respond. The comparison is that people who felt the suffering in order to have them commit something to unalive themselves and did not, and turned away from the idea of unaliving, they haven't fixed the suffering, but they realize that death is not the answer.
I mean, you can stand like Khrushchev and bash your foot against the table over and over again, but it's not going to really change the fact that you've basically said that, in my eyes, we shouldn't be doing ACL surgeries now with your statements.
And Primal, you've been a little on the quieter side. If you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, you're good. I just kind of wanted to push back on the, you know, let's say 10% or 1% or whatever the amount was. What if that patient was duly informed of consent of these possible outcomes? Just with any medical procedure that has any gravity to it, we have to give a patient the procedure itself, what it is, what the risk and benefits are, and what the potential alternatives are, and any negative side effects that they might experience of that. If you outlined that all for them and said, hey, once you go past a certain point, there is no going back, and they were in full understanding of this is what it is, and there is, let's say, a 5% chance or a 10% chance that this may be your experience, would you still have that stance?
Yes, I would.
They made that decision, like, yes, I'm informed of all this.
I would still be against it, and the reason being is because we know that the brain activity can last for up to 30 seconds after cardiac arrest, and during that time, a person could change their decision, and if they change their decision during that time, they are now experiencing the ultimate suffering, and that is the contention that we really have, is that we're trying to end suffering, and if you end up putting this guy through a procedure with the promise that he's going to end his suffering, but instead, actually, the outcome is the worst suffering he could ever experience because of death, I don't see the treatment actually curing anything.
Any provider promising any set outcome is foolish. There is no promise of any set outcome. There is promise of here are what could happen and here's likely to happen. But promising a set outcome is not the way.
Yeah, but we're talking about literal death. you know, and we have a lot of treatments out there. Well, let me take a step back. So part of the reason why people are suffering and they would elect to something like MAID is because they fear of the future. They fear that they're not going to be able to solve all these problems that they have in front of them, whether it be the burden that they have on their family, being able to provide for themselves on actually getting a stable job. But we can never predict the future. We don't know what's going to happen. And they very well could just wait a little bit longer and end up making their situation a lot better because of even like a strike of luck. But I would consider that as a spiritual faith, that faith came along.
So, and I just so that I can understand your position more fully, I understood Rachel's as a little bit of a leeway for like a terminal diagnosis. Is that correct? And then TickyTack, are you in an absolutist type position of, despite whatever terminal diagnosis or whatever, there should be none of it?
Ultimately, I'm in an absolutist position because it is based off of my religion.
That's okay. I just wanted to fully understand the position because I agree with a lot of the things you say. I am in the allowance of terminal diagnosis that's been vetted properly and that kind of side can't, because I don't think it should be willy-nilly, obviously. But I think for some people, I think that suffering is a hard to quantify category. What one person may define as the ultimate suffering, another person may have a very different perception. It's like pain. What somebody tells you is pain to them is pain to them. And we have a hard time grading it per se. So to one person, death may be the ultimate suffering, but to another person, it might not be. That could be a moralistic view on your perspective on it.
But we have to stick within somewhat of like generalities, and I would have to present to you, it's so why do we always cater to capital punishment for the worst crimes?
I actually don't think that. I think that for some people, capital punishment would be less of a punishment to them than spending 50 years in solitary confinement.
Yet generally speaking, we find that to be the most reasonable outcome for the worst crimes.
Yeah, I think that depending on who is polled in that, some people would say, I would rather be ended than suffer for 50 years in solitary. Like that would be something that would be out there. I don't have stats on that.
Yeah, on the individualistic side, but when you talk about a populum basis of generalities, generally speaking, people see capital punishment as the ultimate punishment for the most egregious crimes. So we do actually reference death as a pretty egregious punishment.
And I saw Rachel kind of nodding.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rachel, to you, I think you had something to add in there.
I just simply wanted to ask the question. So I heard from Rez that the idea was, it's for autonomy. We make that decision. There is no concern that once you open that door and that we become somewhat used to the idea of assisted suicide. Oh, grandma's going next Thursday is her day. That as a society, we become desensitized to it. And now we're in a desensitized state. Is it possible that the government could ultimately take that autonomy, that choice from you?
No, because that would be murder. And we already have laws against that.
In Canada,
go ahead and forcibly take someone's life against their consent. That's murder. We have laws against murder.
No,
we actually do try government officials that murder people as well as doctors that murder people.
Yeah.
So I think we've already got that covered. Yeah.
No, I don't think we have it covered. And here's why. Because it'll no longer be defined as murder. The government will define it.
Why wouldn't it be defined as murder? I thought we were just talking about defining euthanasia and what we should do with that. Why are we changing murder statutes?
Well, no, because your argument is, to speak to your point, you're saying that that would be murder if the government chose to put people to death without their choice in that decision making. What I'm suggesting is that they will find a legitimating cause for the death, and it will be tagged with and paired with some sort of higher moral clause, such as the well-being of the planet, overpopulation, financial burden upon the country. We cannot afford it. And therefore, for a future generation, it will be the higher moral cause that you willingly lay down your life, and that kind of mentality, that kind of setting would come into place in our society.
I already go ahead and want to dismiss this because we already routinely cast the poor to death when we don't allow them health care, access to goods and services, including the disabled. We are literally doing this. If we look at Rachel's video, I watched that and I wasn't sure where we were going with this, but I was horrified because these are people who, the one character, I believe it was Lester, was the one who said that he literally lost money when he turned 65, to go ahead and support even a meager, basic lifestyle. I think that is heinous. I think that that's repulsive. I think that that's disgusting. I think that's bad. I think it's bad when the government gets to choose who gets to live and survive, but they already do it. The thing is, I think if we're going to be really honest about this, we already do all of this, but we just do it through a much slower process of poverty and the destruction of the self. And rather, I would just say to some people, hey, you know what? You can do what you need to do when you need to do it.
I agree with you on that point. Absolutely. That the government is already dispassionate in this regard, and that they're
they don't care about the disabled. That was the most terrifying takeaway from Canada. Yeah. I was way more. I respected your guys' country way more before this panel. So
this is a good time to just say I'm going to start the hot seat here in about 2 minutes. We've got Caucasian Sasquatch back there. We have Corinth back there. We have Wiggy. And if anybody else wants to join the hot seat, please feel free to hop backstage. You get 10 minutes on stage to engage in the panel. If you'd like to interrupt the panel at any given moment, we will do that. If you do the Cash App, we will interrupt on the nose, $10 or more. But shout out again to Steppin' Back Jack for the $2. Old people with no pension gonna love this combo. Yes, good point. And John Bandy comes in with the $4.99. More topics like this, Miss Sarah. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you like these topics, please feel free. Michelle's Cash App and also her Buy Me a Coffee is dropped in a link. She's the one that does all of the back work behind here, bringing all of these great topics to you. So help keep Michelle happy with her bird, and we'll keep getting great topics. The floor is back to you, and Caucasian, hey, I'll be bringing you up in 1 minute. Mm-hmm.
Quick sidebar. Does everybody differentiate between the assisted process and a euthanization process, or do you see it both in the same bucket?
I was about to bring that up. So I generally see it both in the same bucket, but I would actually like to hear you guys' position on both of them as well.
I think I could put them in both of the same bucket. I think I would prefer the assisted because I think the assisted gives this like further level of consent because we're trying to maximize the amount of consent somebody can give. I believe that an assisted, similar to a certain doctor who traveled in a van around Texas named Kevorkian, went ahead and did. I think that is something I would be much more willing to do. I don't appreciate the way he did it because, again, I would prefer a panel. I think you should see multiple doctors get second thoughts. You should see a psych eval, etc. But again, I think I prefer the assisted because I like having that final last piece on the individual themselves.
I agree. I think that gives them the ultimate say in the process. And also, it just kind of goes along to you said everybody's done their due diligence. And to be blunt, we kind of already do that to people out in the world when doctors give them 3 months worth of Percocet at one time. Who's to say that they aren't already starting that process for them? So that's kind of the other thing. It's already happening in a roundabout way.
Yeah, I would present one little nuance about the euthanasia. So this is prevalent within the Netherlands, that there is a lot of predatory euthanasia going on within the elderly community, where doctors are being given given to make the consent for the elderly and putting them through the euthanasia process. So I feel like that being able to ban that completely would give an extra level of protections from that happening, where the assisted suicide is the requirement for the patient to initiate the treatment or consume the medication.
When you say about the doctors giving the consent to do it, what do you mean by that? Could you expand on what that is? My brain just stopped for a second.
So usually the doctor ends up diagnosing the elderly with some terminal illness, and it's based off of their evaluation that euthanasia is a better option than long-term treatment.
This is why I actually prefer those models over Canada, because they have a doctor. It is actually illegal for a doctor to suggest that. So they actually have that coded in the bill. That's why I actually prefer that process, because I do prefer the assisted process more. But yeah, I think.
And I saw something about there had to be like a secondary doctor potentially also that was not involved with the care, that didn't have a pre-existing relationship, that also had to agree with it. I think if it's going to be done, it has to be highly regulated, because I do agree with some of these slippery slopes, because I can't remember who said it, but who's to say we don't get to a point where insurance says, hey, it's cheaper just to end this than to spend another $1.5 million providing your care for the next 20 years. Let's just take care of you now. I think there is a concern for that in my mind. That's why it needs to be safeguarded.
Yeah, I think that's what the assisted process kind of safeguards against that, because at that point, you know, what do we say to the insurance company? Get bent, because guess what? You know, you aren't pulling the final trigger.
Right. Did we want to go to Sasquatch?
Sasquatch,
Yeah.
you can intervene anytime you're ready.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Caucasian Sasquatch. I stand in the self-determination camp almost as an absolutist. There's very few places I would see an exception. I don't think you can put assisted and euthanasia in the same bucket, primarily because euthanasia sort of in the word itself implies government or corporate oversight on some level. And I think this is a very personal question, and I don't want corporations or government involved in my personal living life. Why would I want them involved in my death any more than it's absolutely necessary? I'm split on the pay for these types of services, because I'm not exactly sure at what point self-responsibility takes over for self-dignity. Does that make sense? I'm not sure I'm saying that right, but I think it's close enough. What do I got the full 10 minutes just to rant, or?
Well, I mean, they can
argue with
I agree
Yeah.
with you, so I don't have much to respond.
Wrap around.
That's kind of where I wanted to go.
responsibility versus dignity thing. If you can elaborate a little more.
Okay,
on that.
so let's say you have a homeless man who's mentally ill running around on the street, and he's homeless not because of anything other than his mental illness.
Mhm.
Housing this individual, even at least in a semi-gated scenario, might be more humane than leaving him out on the street, but it will also be more expensive. This individual can't choose to remove himself on a conscious level, or perhaps he may have already chosen to. This is a very personal decision, and it's very difficult to bring any other party in that's not like a personal friend or relative or someone you trust. You can build that type of rapport with a doctor, but most people don't in the modern era. You get shuffled off to specialists. You've got to go to the urinologist. You've got to go to the bone specialist. You got to go to your mental specialist. You got to go, and no doctors are willing to take a direct responsibility for a single patient's care. It's always spread over a net of service. And that's not allowing the patient to have accountability back to the services that they're paying into throughout their life through either taxes or paying insurance or whatever, right? So self-dignity falls in the camp of, I am self-aware, I have the ability to make my own decisions, perhaps a terminal diagnosis or perhaps a critical chronic illness or something along those lines leads to the idea of euthanasia being an acceptable path to the individual. I am not specifically against that. On the other hand, my daughter was recently diagnosed with MS. That's a chronic condition. There's no real treatment for it. And if you asked me if I would let her do that, no, there's no way.
Well, we have palliative care for MS, though, right?
Right. So
we can, though we don't have a cure, we have a way to succeed that. We'd be looking at, I think you would be looking at the same thing as somebody being told, oh, you have high blood pressure, let's just get you out of here, right? When it's like, no,
right.
Pills, you can get that palliative care. We are learning more about MS, right? But we have ways that somebody can live without that suffering. It's not like a permanent, absolute 100% condition. There are
and it's not always detrimental early on, or it's not, people can live a full life and have no real problems for it other than an occasional shake. That happens. In modern medicine, though, rather than her going to a general practitioner who suggests a single specialist and she deals with that one specialist, she's going to see different specialists every other week or so. They transfer her to a different clinic, a different doctor, a different place, a different location, go get different tests. she's losing the patience to fight all of this stuff. I can see it in her eyes. So how do you deal with it when, like Rachel was saying, it becomes a very emotional thing? It's not my choice, but at the same time, I'm sure she'll ask my advice. So it's hard to answer these governmental and corporate questions from the perspective of the individual without actual individual stake in the concept. I mean, tyranny happens from the government and corporations. Pretty much any organization that holds power over your day-to-day life can expose you to tyranny. That can be an HOA, that can be your insurance group, that can be your doctors. So how do you protect the most vulnerable, those being the mentally ill, the elderly, the ones who have fallen below the poverty line and have no apparent way of ever getting back above it? How do you maintain their self-determination through a system that seems to be designed to take them out like freaking ducks in a shooting gallery? I yield the floor.
Yeah, what if you could snap your fingers, what would you do to give them more control in their life? Because I think it ultimately comes down to quality of life for most people is, hey, am I able to do the things that I want to do with my life? If I can't, then some people will take that to the point as I don't really care to live anymore if I can't do whatever it is I want to do per se. Like, what would you say, Caucasian Sasquatch? Like, if you could snap your fingers to, like, other than curing the disease, what else could be done to improve quality of life?
Well, quality of life comes down to the individual themselves.
Agreed. That's a subjective term. Yeah.
If you go ask a goth chick in a New York apartment what her quality of life is, you're going to get a very dark response. And that's not because she has a bad quality of life. It's because she's going for the image. On the other hand, if you go ask a man in a palliative care case who's laying in bed with 2 gone legs and a bad arm, he's going to give you a very similar view on life, but it's because he actually has a lower quality of life standard. You have to take these on individual bases. And so I think the individual themselves need to be strongly considered before the state, before corporations, before insurance, before cost, before analysis, all of that. All of that stuff should be in addition to.
Yeah, and I think that one way that we can actually fight against that, I think the easiest thing is to actually perform proper psych evals from many people who have, like ways to look into this, right? Not just have one psychiatrist go in to talk to somebody. Like, I know I've been through therapy. It took me a while to find a guy that I liked a lot, and then, started talking to him. Now I have a relationship with my father. It's amazing. I recommend it for everybody, right? But the thing is, you do have to like search around and find what works. Medicine is a practice. It's not a certainty, right? We can never be certain. And honestly, I know that the shuffle can be improper, but reminding, like, I think whenever it comes down to it, like, I have family members that have gone through things. They're just like, I'm just so tired. I just can't do this anymore. And I'm just like, no, it's a practice. This is a process. And we are trying to get there. If we can't get there, and then we have to consider, can somebody survive with it? Then you go to the mental health people. Then after that, then if they are going to put it out there to say that, hey, this is a thing, sure. But I think, again, it comes down to, again, I don't want to conflate this with, unaliving, because, again, I think these are fundamentally different things. I think enough, you can go ahead, have a person go through some mental health evals over a 6-month period. And at that point, it'll be very difficult for somebody to fool it that much. And if they are fooling it that much, they just become this almost, don't want to get help to begin with, which, is.
That's exactly why I brought up the goth chick. Yeah. I brought up the goth chick versus
as somebody who has been with plenty of goth chicks, let me assure you, they love living. They just love leather and other things.
Yeah, they just love to complain about it. That's the thing. I mean,
that's everybody, though. We have everybody bitches about everything. That's the whole point. We bitch about things because we want to make the world better. That's our point as humans. That's the point of our spiral genetics. We're always
goths do it in a certain way.
But that's the thing, though. We all complain about stuff, and we complain about stuff because we recognize a problem that we want to go ahead and actually fix. That's what we're doing here. We're complaining about each other's arguments and whatnot because we do have a problem that we want to fix. You came here because you're complaining and you want to fix a problem, right? Again, it's understanding the language. I'm not going to go ahead and judge somebody who's speaking Spanish, from my, deaf ears to that language, right? I'd find somebody that can speak that. I'd go ahead and find somebody that can actually work with somebody family. You know, it's called actually in diagnosing, you know, like the individual, you know, understanding that individual, their liberty, their autonomy, their free will, and going ahead and working from it. I think that seems somewhat similar to some things you echoed at the beginning of this.
Right. I'm a big self-deterministic person. Like,
yeah,
I believe you're responsible for yourself. And I think if you're going to be that way in life, you should also be that way in the process of your death.
I think that, again, goes back to my point about government control. We just went through lockdowns through the COVID structure. We had people's bank accounts suspended by the government because they weren't getting in line with a medical procedure. This is really interesting stuff. So the same people that are doing that are also the same people that are coming up with MAID in Canada, which is problematic to me. I don't have a lot of faith in our institutions. I think they're corrupted, and for the very reasons that you point out, Caucasian, in so much that we have a big pharma, these conglomerates, these corporations, and what are they doing? They're influencing on the government. So they'll say, we'll give you money, but you're going to vote the way we want you to, politician. And so all this kind of co-opting of the corporations and the medical system. This whole issue, euthanasia, medically assisted unliving, it's not an island by itself. It's connected to the systemic failure of our society, and I think we've lost a lot of the traditional family caring for loved ones, this sort of thing. The state has encroached and taken over in many areas. From child rearing, daycare is becoming an absolutely mandatory thing because we need to have 2 income earning families for people.
Say goodbye, Sasquatch.
Goodbye, Sasquatch.
You can stay back in line too if you want.
So I have a couple of questions for Rezzivaer.
Sure.
Do you believe that the doctor should be able to suggest the option of unaliving?
My theory, like I said before, when I looked at like some of the European models, that was something that got brought up to me, and I was like, you know, I think when it comes to like mental health, the mere suggestion of something like a psychosomatic illness, a placebo, if you will, can go ahead and have somebody actually go ahead and display certain illnesses, such as like we've seen with TikTok. Some of the people that develop tics are actually developing low versions of South Park did an episode on this. I completely am blanking on it. They just say curse words a lot and they do it randomly. I can't remember what it was. It's Tourette's, yes. So I think that just that suggestion can actually be something. I think it's something that's in the back of a lot of people's minds where it's like, you know, once that becomes legal, we would probably have a public knowing that it's legal. Again, through some sort of whatever, at that point becomes part of the zeitgeist. And, you know, that becomes something that you're going to talk about with your family. So like in Rachel's situation, her mother would still, you know, be the one that puts it forth first rather than having it foisted upon themselves. And that would only probably come from talking within your family or from some deep and determined goal within yourself. So I do prefer that. Though I'm not sure if I'm like, I think that I could not support us. I'm not sure I wouldn't support a system that doesn't have that necessarily. I'm not certain on that.
Okay.
I'd have to see the quality of suffering, right? Like if somebody, you know, had a disease that turned their blood into battery acid, right? I'd be like, yeah, man, go for it. Like you're not gonna be able to talk. Your blood's battery acid, right? You're like, somehow you're alive. You wouldn't be able to talk. You wouldn't be able to explain it, but you know, it'd be like that. Same thing with, Harlequin kids that have no ability to survive, but they'll kind of just fester for a little bit. I think that that's just tragic and horrible, and we know that it's just painful. It's like a near no survival rate. Like, I mean, we're talking lower than 0.1%. And yeah, that sort of stuff. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, okay, that's okay. Yeah, I can see that there are possibly instances where we wouldn't have this, but generally speaking, I would prefer the doctors not to be able to mention it.
Okay, Corinth, you are up. When you're ready, go ahead.
First of all, let's start with Ticky because of how he answered the reason it's bad. What do you think about DNRs?
What's a DNR?
Do not resuscitate. You sign one of those, and then if you get into cardiac arrest, they don't do anything to try and bring you back, second your heart stops.
Yeah, generally I'm fine with that.
Don't you feel like that has the same issue of if they take back their consent in that moment, post-cardiac arrest, post-cardiac death, will they still have brain activity? They're still having that massive suffering.
You are absolutely correct on that. There is that potential for the massive suffering. And personally, at a personal level, I would not go for the DNRs. But yeah, I completely understand the conflict and ideas on that.
So how do you say to reconcile this, or do you fundamentally have to change your way of coming to, or why you're arguing at least for why not to have euthanasia?
I would say that the person that's on the table has a much serious risk, a much higher risk of death versus the person who is opting into death.
We can take this step back. What if they have terminal diseases and they just opt out of treatment to get themselves to die?
Well,
do you think we should force them to get treatment?
Well, the terminal illness in itself does not associate to a person deciding whether they want to unalive themselves or not. Usually the reason is because they're trying to end suffering. And if you're not contending with the actual suffering in itself, then it's... if you're not contending with the suffering, then you're not really solving the solution that they're intended to come out with on the assisted suicide.
They would... Sorry. Were you going still?
What's that?
Were you still talking? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
They would be content with suffering here. They see their life, if they continue to get treatment to barely survive, as just furthering that suffering to the point where they'd rather the larger amount of suffering in the short term to not have a greater amount over a long period of time. Do you think that we should force them to get treatment if this is their reasoning?
Is this for the people who are opting into opting into the assisted suicide, or the ones who are signing the DNC orders?
Opting into the assisted suicide.
So that's where I come into, again, the contention that we don't know if they consent all the way up until brain death. So if they can't consent up to brain death, then they very well could be suffering the ultimate punishment to the cure of suffering that they were hoping for.
This would be the case with a terminal patient who opts out of treatment to die faster because they feel like that'll give them less suffering. You don't know if they're consenting to not getting treatment up until brain death. You just know they're doing it up until cardiac death.
Yeah, but cardiac death doesn't necessarily mean that they're not conscious during that time. The brainwave patterns do continue for 30 seconds, but to get to the actual original point that you're working off of, the issue comes into whether it really just comes down to this option of suffering, and when it comes down to it, it's like we can't ever know if they are in a situation of absolute suffering because of the decision made or not. So when it comes to an elective service into going into assisted self-termination, I vouch against it because of the potential of suffering.
I'm not sure if this is how you delineate this from someone who'd opt out of treatment to get to this point faster, though.
Well,
you say that we should force them to have treatment in that case as well?
If we're talking about a terminal illness, do we ever have a definitive time of when we know a person is going to die?
No, we have a general broad idea though.
Yeah, so it's a broad idea. We don't actually have a guarantee of when it's actually going to happen. Somebody could end up passing away either a few days when the critical illness is only set to a month, or they could survive for many years afterwards. We see this a lot with cancer patients. So why would we restrict the opportunity for somebody to go through the experience of being able to live a long life if their luck happens to be good?
Because a long life doesn't necessitate a good life. You can have someone being tortured in your basement, and them having a longer life would be a bad thing in this case.
But then we're looping back into the suffering bit, where it's the idea of terminating somebody's life or assisted dying is that they're trying to avoid suffering, but there is that potential where they could actually suffer absolute suffering. And that's my reasoning for stepping back on being able to allow that process.
What do you mean by absolute suffering, and how much greater than any other form of suffering do you see it?
So as I brought up in the example of capital punishment, is that we generally agree that death is the ultimate punishment. So when somebody is in the state of going through this terminal illness or going through the self-assisted suicide, they very well could face a moment in their consciousness where they no longer want this, but now they're going to suffer the ultimate punishment. It's essentially capital punishment for their mistake.
Okay. So how much worse than any other form of suffering, say living with cancer to the point where you can't do anything and you're in constant pain? How much worse is this?
How does that compare to death? Well, I like to live by a motto that pain reminds you that you are alive.
Okay, this is still not really getting over to the answer to the question.
Oh, it very well does. It's the pain is the reminder that you are alive, that life is a very valuable thing, and upon death, that is the worst outcome that can ever happen.
You're conflating pain with suffering in these two cases. So again, how much worse is this suffering than the other case of suffering? Because you're saying that
All
this
right,
is what
so the other example
for multiple years potentially, to not have the risk of having this larger suffering in the moment. Now, this suffering needs to
you
be
can't
so
predict
much
that,
greater.
but you can't predict that.
This is the entailment of your view, though. You're saying
This is your view right now upon the suffering of how. We know that they're going to suffer so X long, even though I proved to you that we actually don't have a determinate outcome of how long they're going to be suffering. So, how do you contend with that?
I'm directly. The longer they live while suffering, like a torture.
But you don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that they'll be suffering that long.
Right. They can only be suffering for a week, and they'll die.
Well, you don't even know if a secondary treatment comes in through research and actually can stop the suffering from happening. You cannot predict the future outcomes of somebody suffering.
You're right. We don't absolutely know if that
Exactly.
the person being tortured is going to be saved by Superman in like 5 months. So we should keep them locked in the basement and keep torturing them in this case.
No, it's we're not offering assisted suicide to people who are suffering being tortured in a basement, and I would suggest that the police force get involved in this and save the person.
This is the idea of using suffering as the metric to prolong a life because the potential for greater suffering.
Yeah, and this is my contention against the idea of suffering as a means in order to justify assisted suicide. I am against it.
You're against. Are you against suffering, or are you against the argument of using suffering as a reason to justify it?
Both.
Okay, so you need to be able to quantify then how much worse this potential for suffering is, so we can see, well, they have a very small chance of this, or they have a very large chance of this, and then we'll see, is that worse than the amount of suffering they'd have in the rest of their life?
But again, we cannot quantify that because we cannot predict the future.
If you can't quantify it, I have no idea how you're even beginning to say one is worse than the other.
And I don't know how you're able to make an argument if you can't quantify it either.
Because we have the expected outcomes that we do.
Okay, so I'll bring back to the idea of capital punishment. In generalizations, we find capital punishment as to be the ultimate punishment. So why would we want to put that onto people who are suffering?
Because they're not doing it for punishment. We see that as punishment because we're preventing them from doing
the potential for punishment. I'll reword it: potential for punishment.
So the potential for punishment. I'm still not even sure if it's the potential for punishment. We say it's not punishment because of moral deserts. We're saying it's punishment for them because they are losing the opportunity to have good experiences in life. They're losing all the good things in life.
They're guaranteed losing the experience if they decide to die.
Yeah, with the terminal patient, they're already having more bad experiences than...
Okay, on a terminal patient, can we predict the time that they will end up ending their life based off their terminal illness?
On a rough idea, usually the longer they live...
We don't have an exact idea.
And the longer they live, usually the more term they have. So by saying they can live longer, it's actually worse for your point because they have more suffering in that case.
I don't think so, because you can't predict the suffering either. You can't predict the outcomes of the suffering.
We can predict a lot more than we can predict yours because we know how people feel when they have cancer. We have no fucking clue how people feel when they're post-cardiac death before brain
Yeah,
death.
and a lot of examples of cancer, there are a lot of people who actually end up finding faith and being able to overcome a lot of that suffering.
And overcoming a lot of that suffering?
Yes.
In what sense do you mean they're overcoming the suffering?
They're overcoming the feeling of suffering. Suffering is a
30 more
subjective
seconds.
term. How do you want me to phrase what suffering is if it's all subjective?
How likely is this to be the case? Can you make a prediction on how many
Well,
people are going to be able to...
How likely it is that? How likely is it going to be if you actually to predict when a person is going to die or when a person is going to have future suffering? We're in the same boat here. There's no predictions on what we could do.
We have
And
much
Corinth, your timer has come to an end, my friend. You're welcome to jump back in line and continue the conversation, but there are 4 more people waiting after you. So say goodbye to everybody, Corinth.
Bye, Ticky. We'll talk
Bye,
later.
Thanks a lot. I enjoyed your arguments.
That was good. That was really nice. And to the panel, I mean, feel free to still continue back and forth. And the part of the hot seat is to intervene and kind of engage you. But yes, you are welcome to go in any direction you wish.
Oh, Corinth and I are good friends. It's all good.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
As Bandit's coming on, I know we leaned into this a little bit, it seemed like, but I'm kind of curious to explore this a little bit further.
Mhm.
Forcing people to stay alive as opposed to letting them die, per se. Like, do you put that in a similar bucket? Say there's an incapacitated person, and without continuous tube feedings, they would just die eventually. Do you put that, because we're not it's like the trolley problem, right? Do you do something and make them continue to live, or do you not do anything and allow them to die? And then is that in the same category as well as assisted suicide? Because, well, you could have stopped their death rather easily, but you didn't do anything and you allowed them to die. Do you feel that's in the same general sphere?
Well,
I think.
I mean, I was going to talk on that if you wanted to.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah.
It didn't even plan it, Bandit. Yeah.
There's a couple. Can I get to talk now, Sarah?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just looking at the timer.
Yeah, no, I start it once you start talking.
Okay, so a couple things first. How do we circumvent the Hippocratic Oath? Do no harm. Because I know a couple of paramedics, and they could hate the person. They could be a piece of shit, a drug dealer, whatever. They still got Narcan. They still have to give them Narcan. They still have to do whatever it takes to save the person. So we have to conquer that thing first. After that, if you're having the insurance question, I would say we need to modify our laws for power of attorney. So you need to pre-set up all this stuff before you're even sick. You need to go to the psych treatments. Need to get evaluated. Need to talk to attorneys and all that stuff to get that paperwork in. Just to say, okay, I'm a legal state of mind. This is my wishes. Get it stamped on your license. Maybe we have a little, for donors, we have a, do not resuscitate, and we also have the ability to, end your life. And then I got to have the conditions to end that life. So under these X parameters, okay, please kill me. If not, then you can't, because you're putting a lot of legal risk on the doctors, because you're opening your doctors up to a lot of insurance risk. They accidentally kill the wrong person, whatever. It's not going to end well, and doctors will not put up with this crap. They want it clear as day, black and white. There is no gray. You need to look up every single scenario and think about, do I want to survive or die based on the scenario? Because doctors will not do anything unless they have those scenarios in. The other thing is the history of eugenics, all this stuff, is a very dark section of U.S. history from like 1860 to 1890. Very dark. Like you're talking the Kellogg's, you're talking mental institutions. You're talking about getting rid of quote unquote undesirables that got you into, Nazism and all this other crap. So we're in a dark area to begin with when we go down these roads, because what's the saying goes, you get damned for doing one good thing. Like the thing is, once you open this up, you open the You can't put the rabbit back in the box. It's going to be bad if you do this wrong. And the problem is, giving government the ability to do this becomes a whole cost issue. You really become a number on an Excel sheet. I used to work for United Healthcare, so I understand all this stuff with death tables and everything. Now you're going to say, what's a life worth financially? Because know what the government's going to do when this happens? I'm telling you right now, they're going to open life insurance policies on every single U.S. citizen, and they're going to be making a lot of money for every person that dies. I'm telling you right
Rez,
now.
I think I see it on your face. You want to go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm here to translate Japanese for everybody here. Okay, I'm a world traveler. You know, I've been doing a lot.
Just because they have the timer doesn't mean they get all the time.
I like to let people.
I'm sorry.
If they want to. I like to let them speak their language, and then I like to go ahead and speak mine. What's the Hippocratic Oath?
I was just getting the part with do no harm. I don't know.
So there isn't. That's not actually a part of a lot of modern Hippocratic oaths. There is no consistent Hippocratic oath that doctors are, obliged to go through. No, they have to go to medical school. They need to practice medicine. That's how they get their licenses to be doctors. The Hippocratic oath has nothing to do with this. The do no harm thing is a fallacious argument. Just like I have another question for you. Do you own dogs?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you know Hitler owned dogs?
Let's be mindful of which words we're using.
I apologize.
Because
the thing is, when we're talking about going down dark roads and stuff like that, once again, all right, I can point terrible people doing wonderful things. I bet you there's a certain Moosey Fash guy that once existed. I bet he had a girlfriend that he loved, kissed her real good, took her to dinner. Now we can't do that. When we engage in these sorts of ideas that these things come from this tainted root without actually examining them, it is thought terminating, and it makes us not actually consider the actual ethics, morals, or anything else within this. Again, when we get to the government part, that is the government committing murder. We don't like murder. I think again, anybody here disagree with me about murder?
No, I agree.
Murder's bad. And we know murder's bad. We saw the government do that. We put new legislation in, so they didn't do that. We're horrified of that now after the traumas of World War II. So at that horror, we now have legislation against it. Yeah, bad things are going to happen. And guess what? We go ahead and slowly make less bad things happen. This is what we do. This is how we work. The idea that we can't consider something just because somebody bad did something is actually insane to me. All right, we wouldn't have organ transplants. We wouldn't have treatments for hypothermia. We wouldn't have treatments for a myriad of things if we just went ahead and threw away all of this terribly gotten science from Unit 573 and a certain workers' party, if you will. By just throwing that away, we lose all value to it. There is value there. We should go ahead and scrape from it.
Wasn't there a Voyager episode on this?
I have no idea. I don't watch TV.
I'm fully against this because, I'm just saying that's my personal beliefs. I'm a Christian, but I'm not trying to throw that out there. I'm just saying if you want to get this done, you're really going to have to get to the legal aspect. You can find a way to get some paperwork in beforehand with power of attorney. You probably can get this done. Otherwise, I don't know how insurance is going to pay for it. And that's the majority of medicine today. Is if you can find a way for medicine to get paid for, you probably can get it passed.
Yeah, but these are non-cohesive arguments, because one of these is talking about the West and its total degeneracy towards its populace that has led to a lot of the degeneration that we have seen of our cultures, where we do have people who are not being taken care of, who are being taken care of worse, especially here in America, ever since Nixon put his HMO policy in back in the 60s, which ultimately made it so that medicine was something we had to necessarily and guaranteeably pay for, which led to rising costs, as many of you may know. I think that once again we can look at this as a separate argument that we don't take care of people. But when it comes to the actual function of what this is, if we abstract, let's say, hey, we are in the perfect society, everybody can get the health care they need, the mental health support that they need, and the actual health when it comes to housing, food access, whatever, then that's where I'm going to work through this, because I know that can't happen. But even to entertain this in the first place, that needs to kind of become normal. All right. So we're already at the point where us entertaining this is sort of a not utopic, but a little bit better to poor people and, other discarded peoples. I think that that's like kind of where I'm at. That's why I don't really care too much about the cost thing here, because again, you know, the cost difference is, yeah, you know, somebody said here, you know, you're gonna have court cases if you screw up. Killing somebody in a court case, that's gonna be way more cost.
Yeah.
Than like a lifetime of, you know, them being paid through with insurance. So an insurance company would obviously go ahead and fight against that, because if they didn't, they would be complicit in murder. And we all dislike
It depends
murder.
if they funnel those insurance policies on top of it, because
I wanna
then you're
I
going to
wanna
start
open it
you're gonna
to
be hedging lives at this point, because that's what insurance is. You're going to find ways of hedging people's lives and take insurance policy. Like your work takes an insurance policy out on you. It's the same thing. You're going to have government take an insurance policy. Sorry.
I want to see if Rachel had anything to chime in on this particular piece.
Well, I just think it's a related issue, but it's not the same issue what as Primal was addressing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of intermedical intervention, I'm easier with that. If the person would be dead, if not for medical treatment, yeah, granny's in late stage cancer, stage 4, this sort of thing. Yeah, I wouldn't make it compulsory that you have to sustain that life because it's artificially being sustained.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, that just you care about life, and that's it. Continuance of life is what you've basically said. At that point, there's a continuance. So I don't know how you can hold that position.
Well, continuance. I should add the caveat then for you, Rez, because of my bias, my Christian bias, if God would be the decider again on that, the person would die. If God wanted to sustain that life, then there would be, a miracle, if you will, and so a rebounding towards health. So I don't see the conflict or the contradiction in that.
And medicine keeps, improving every single day. Like, I mean, if you would go back 10 years and say what we have today compared to 10 years ago, it's amazing. So at some point, life's getting better and better. We're being able to treat things that we never thought we could treat back in the day, not even a couple of years ago. Like, so at some point, maybe in the next 100 years, the stuff that we're having where we don't understand the brain like we understand today, I mean, the argument's going to have to keep being brought up again and again, because we're going to keep learning more and more stuff about the body.
So when you say this, though, I think the only reason that we're trying to keep these people alive from that idea of it is so that we can study them, that we can treat them like guinea pigs, deny them the dignity of the autonomy over their lives. And I find that horrendous. I find that disgusting. No one should be a guinea pig. All right, if they don't want to be a guinea pig. Just because it's going to benefit the whole of humanity doesn't invalidate the rights of the individuals. I don't stand by the things that were committed by a certain National Workers' Party, nor, a certain Unit 573. I don't stand by those things. I think that's bad. I don't think that should have ever happened. And, would it have benefited medicine? Sure. But guess what? We need to have some ethics when we do this stuff, because otherwise there's no separation from us and just some rank barbaric something or another. It's disgusting. We use what's good, but these people shouldn't be forced, because again, if they're alive, they're gonna be studied, and that's it. We're basically forcing them to be guinea pigs in my eyes.
I'm just concerned about what kind of ethics. I'll just end with this. I know I got to guess.
Go ahead.
My concern is everybody here on the panel has a different form of ethics, and one person is going to be happy with those ethics, and other people are not going to be happy with this ethics. So how do we determine what ethics we follow? And I'll just end up with that. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Say goodbye, Bandit. Thank you.
So, Rezzivaer, so I think I could expand on this. So, if you're okay with people who are signing a paperwork for assisted unaliving and things like that, would you be okay with them signing paperwork to go through experimental treatment, which could cure them, but could also be extremely painful and the worst outcome ever?
And we get back to autonomy here, and the answer is yes. I think if you want to cut your hand off, all right, and you aren't going to actually go ahead and cause harm to a society and us having to take care of you, you should be able to do that. I think that people should have the choices that they want to make of themselves with respect to mental health, poverty, and other detriments of the material. All right. So when I look at this, it's still an autonomy question. Yeah, 100%. I'm hoping, if I'm going to be honest with you, that someday I do get one of those weird ones. Because I'm going to tell you, go ahead, flay me open. All right, make me as beautiful as the day I was born, covered in blood. Because that's how I want to go out. And guess what? I know what it would turn into. I would go out that way. I would think that that would be at least interesting. It would be different, and that would be fun for me. But I would never put that on anyone else to do that. Ever.
What if you don't know the treatment?
What do you mean?
But if you don't know the treatment, but it could potentially be a very horrific outcome.
Well, they would describe the treatment to you, would they not?
Well, this is the hypothetical. Is that no? Well, this is the hypothetical that they don't give you. Like, let's say that it's just like the opt-in of like an organ donor, but instead it's an assisted suicide where you're volunteering your body for like medical research, and that could be a treatment upon the administer of drugs, and you don't know the outcomes of it.
Yeah, okay.
Would you sign to that?
You wouldn't know the outcomes, and I would assume that like you would be able to put into place, you know, if you did want to go ahead and get to the full end of everything, you would still have that option available to you at any point if it made your quality of life so poor. Because again, we're once again getting to autonomy. Somebody that is in a situation like that where they're getting a treatment, if it isn't working out for them, they can always retract themselves from it if we follow autonomy with this. Autonomy, which allows us to make decisions, allows us, at least in my eyes, through a religious stance, to say, hey, we've made the choice, we played the test, and now you may judge us, which we must allow if we're going religious on this. But generally speaking, I'm going to sit with autonomy, because that same autonomy will continue through where, hey, this didn't work out for you. Oh, it turned your blood into battery acid. All right, guy, we get it. We're moving on. Sorry about that. You know, yeah, that's it. And that's, I mean, that's the thing. If it becomes the point where you have that choice between the two, and somebody's like, yeah, you know, whatever, I'll take the pill. Why not? And then it's terrible. Guess what? The other option's still there.
Okay.
What's up, guys?
I appreciate the response.
Yeah.
Hello, Hornet.
So I just want to comment on a few things because I've heard a few different arguments here. I want to comment on the religious one first. To Rachel, are you against any medical intervention at all?
No.
Then why would it be justifiable to you to say that you're against this process? Because technically they're keeping someone alive. It's God's will to kill them off, right? Like they're sick, right? You shouldn't be intervening in that. That happened.
Well, and what, like, you have to give me an example so then I can answer.
Well, God gave you the cancer, right? Like that's like what his God gave you the cancer. God gave you the whatever it is. God gives. He gives.
Well, I would argue
souls, and he, you know.
Yeah, I would argue theologically that sin gave you your cancer. Sin gave you, not God's sin. Your sin. You're a fallen creation. That's my bias. That's my belief.
But that's still part of like God's plan. Like, so to say that life is cheapened in this instance, but it isn't in that just seems.
I wouldn't presume to say that. Hold on, I would not presume to say that's God's plan.
Yeah. What about kids that get cancer? Are they like? I understand that we have original sin, but like there is. Yeah. I'm sorry, I wouldn't like. It's like the questioning hand of God, where it's just like he just kind of does stuff and stuff. It's just pretty random. Maybe there's some sort of plan. I don't really care. I'm not celestial. I don't need to know that, right? When it comes to that, I'm sorry. I think that this falls flat on its face when we look at kids. There's no amount of like, what are we just? Is God doing thought crimes for again?
I think I have a response for this. I have a response for this. So generally, when it comes to a secular argument of, you know, it's like, oh, if God exists, why do bad things happen? This is essentially the subject that we're getting into.
Well, no.
Let me respond. I'll address everything. So even if you're bringing up a subject of like cancer and a person who's going through suffering, why would God allow this types of suffering or things like that? Well, he's offering the ultimate gift. He's offering the gift of eternal life in heaven.
That's not what I'm saying.
And the thing is,
you're misconstruing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, why would someone intervene with that? Why do we have medical practices? Like, you break your leg. Why do you have a practice to fix that leg?
Because
right?
we have free will.
That's
Yeah.
okay. That we have free will, right? We can choose to do stuff. We can choose to apply into the MAID method, right? That's still a choice that I'm making consciously.
Well, if we're talking about a theological side, suicide is a sin.
Again, just because that itself, and technically, it's not really suicide because you're just consenting. Someone's killing you off.
No, it's suicide in God's eyes.
No, is it?
Yeah.
Just because you consented to it.
I mean, is it the action or is it the
It's like God is not just a computer that runs algorithms as being like, if this, then this, if then that. He is a conscious being. He's going to know what's in your heart.
Okay, but that's why I was trying to figure out what is the benefit to medical intervention in like critical areas where it wouldn't be necessary here, right? Where someone health is declining to a point where it's just like they can no longer actually function as like a person in society.
Because the life on earth is also a gift.
But you have free will, so you can make the choice to be like.
But suicide is a sin, and if you're going to make that choice, well, I'm sorry, God's going to have a problem with that.
God could have a problem with it, but I don't understand why this is like the sticking point. But
because that's the religion. You're contending with the religious argument right now, and you're trying to feed in your own secular viewpoints.
No. I'm trying to
you are.
actually understand. I'm trying to understand what is the major difference between those two things. Why is there an intervention in one area, but there isn't an intervention in another?
Well, I generally am not an apologist. I'm generally not an apologist. I would suggest another channel, Jay Dyer. He does open debates almost every day, and you could actually ask him these questions.
Hey, Ticky, let me jump in real quick here. What's your take on the person that pulled the plug, right? So let's say you are the puller of the plug. If you were the one that ended it, the person was going to, let's say they were brain dead, clinically deceased, blah, 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 but you're the person that pulls the plug. Is that wrongdoing? Are they murderers, or are they doing a service?
Well, ultimately, it comes down to God's judgment. And as I explained before, God is a being. You know, he is a rational being, and he will take what is in your heart and what decision you made in the moment and make the correct judgment. The thing is what I feel like that secularists get into is that within the Bible is this very strict rule book of this is sin, this is not a sin, blah, 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 blah. But really, when it comes to Judgment Day, God is going to look at you. He's going to see everything that you've done, and he's going to understand the reasons why you made certain decisions, and he's going to make the right judgment.
But aren't you?
Could you do a bad thing for a good reason?
One at a time.
Sorry. No, I was just saying, could you do a quote unquote bad thing for a good reason? Like, hey, I was showing mercy to this person because I believed them to be suffering, so I ended their suffering for them.
It's very possible. Yes.
Yeah.
I guess like the question I have to ask: do you think that you're committing a sin simply by going ahead and trying to not allow for these things to evolve? Because I kind of like, I think that's where I come from with this.
Evolve is a loaded term. What do you mean by that?
With these people and the decisions that they're making, you're not allowing them to sin. They must, like, if something is to sin, it can sin. That's what it is. I don't like the idea that we're supposed to prevent people from saying. We can virtue signal and we can posture to it, but I really think that that's more like subverting God's plan or God's will, because we are here in religious arguments, if I'm not mistaken, as a test. And that's the thing. If you're not letting people have the choice, you're not even letting them sin.
Well, here's the thing, is that even if MAID were made illegal, you still have the decision to unalive yourself. And the thing is that through every single circumvent, I'm going to try to prevent you from doing that because I see it as a sin. But ultimately, you know, it's like if you're going to do it, you're going to do it. There's only so much that I could actually do.
So you're a proselytizer then?
What does that mean?
It's somebody that goes and speaks in the towns and villages about God.
No, not really, because I think that kind of I feel like it's stupid to do that and doesn't convince anybody.
Okay.
And that's why I came in here with a secular argument.
Yeah, I've appreciated. I actually want to yuck into some religious arguments. I
Go ahead.
I just wanted to go at your argument as well, because you said that it would be essentially the same as capital punishment, but I kind of want you to square that circle for me, because capital punishment means that the person has no choice in that capital punishment, right? They don't have a choice whether they're going to be killed off or not. That's just something the state decides, and that's how like society works.
They don't have a choice to reverse this decision.
They don't have a choice at all in capital punishment. But in the MAID,
they don't have a choice to reverse the decision at all.
No, they have multiple points. You can look at the criteria they set up. They
All
even
right.
have a
Well, the
final
original
consent
argument
at
is
the-
based
at the
off of
very-
the original argument is based off after cardiac arrest. The mind is active for 30 seconds, and within that consciousness, you cannot tell whether they've decided to change their decision or not.
Again, there are multiple points that they create between the start of this program to the very end.
You don't understand death until
you
you're
are
right in front of it. You just don't understand death until you're right in front of it.
consenting all the way. Just because you
No,
you
you're not
you might
consenting all the
discredit
way.
this. You already,
We're
yes.
talking about death. We're
Absolutely.
talking about the moment of consciousness and and death.
So unless you can read someone's mind at the very, like, we just get to mind reading levels, this is not
Yeah.
acceptable.
No, it's perfectly acceptable when the worst outcome is death, and then we should maybe prevent it because we can't read the mind.
I mean, again, there are multiple procedures we can look at.
Why would you
The
continue
safeguard.
to allow the procedure to go forward without being able to read the mind, without knowing that the person can change their mind?
Because, again, if you look at the safeguards, there are multiple points that you're looking through, multiple...
Where's the safeguard when they're in the ultimate suffering of death upon their unconscious state?
If you jump out of a plane, right? Like if you go skydiving, you have already made the conscious decision to jump out. If your parachute does not open, that is a consequence of that action. Right?
Yeah, but the whole idea of signing up for assisted suicide is to end suffering, and if it ends up actually creating more suffering because you're now faced with the punishment of death, we're not curing the suffering.
Well, it's relative at that point, because you're talking about 30 seconds of suffering versus a lifetime of suffering.
And it's the worst suffering ever because it's death. That's where the relationship comes in with capital punishment, because on a generality of capital punishment, that is the ultimate punishment.
You're not suffering after death.
Rachel, Primal.
How do you know that? Have you died?
Wait, do you think you suffer after death?
No, but my point is you're suffering before death. You're suffering knowing that death is coming upon you. You're making the argument that, oh, you don't suffer after death. It's like, how do you know that? Have you died?
I'm saying 30 seconds of suffering in that instance to a lifetime is relative, right?
But you don't. But you don't know that. You can't prove that.
Yes, you do.
No, you can't. You can't prove that.
So when you die, is your brain functioning at all?
Yes.
Oh, so when you die,
No, sorry, I take that back. You got me there. So no, it's your brain is active after cardiac arrest for 30 seconds up until brain death.
30 seconds, right?
Yes.
And your brain dies, right? So at that point, you are no longer experiencing anything, right? We can both agree to that.
No.
Right?
No, because there are definitely triggers of gamma rays that you're actually going through a course of your past memories. We do know that. And generally, when people come out of near-death experiences, they talk about how they're in a third person. So there is a conscious state that is outside of reviewing those actual memories.
Well, there's a small amount of evidence for that. There's not.
No, there's not. There's a pretty large amount of evidence. There's a lot of testimonies on this.
Yes, there's testimonies, right? It's anecdotal.
Yeah.
They have been able to reproduce.
When there is a large sum of anecdotal evidence, it's most likely the case.
Well, not in every case, right? Because again, we're looking at a large scale.
But near-death experiences has been a thing that we've been documenting for thousands of years.
Yeah, and some people say they see nothing, and some people say this, right? It's different from person to person. That's why we can say
and my argument is based off of the mere potential that suffering could happen, even for that 1% of people experiencing it, is the reason why that I do not support MAID.
Well, again, I would say that supporting MAID in this instance isn't necessarily it's again, you're trying to solve for one problem and minimize like the amount of harm that's done for a lifetime versus like a small amount of time, right? relatively.
Not necessarily, because I believe we cannot predict the future of if somebody is going to continue suffering or not, and being able to keep them alive and find a way to mitigate their suffering is the better option than offering them assisted suicide.
Oh, for sure. And you know what does that? The MAID method actually goes through that. They try to analyze, is this the best method to actually figure
No, it doesn't, because it's still offering the solution to unalive, and I don't believe in that.
that it's like, okay, we can proceed through the MAID method, and you can stop at any point. A physician could actually stop it at any point.
But my argument is based upon those last few moments up until death. It's not about the process of MAID.
Oh, again, I'm arguing for the whole process, not just the last 30 seconds.
I'm arguing for the last 30 seconds.
So, when I say
contend with my argument.
Yes, with the 30 seconds, I already contended with it. I said the 30 seconds to a lifetime is what we're going to be looking at. Right?
But you still haven't contended with the idea that it's death is very well could be the ultimate punishment and the ultimate suffering for a particular individual who goes through that procedure. You haven't contended with that.
It is the ultimate, like, it's not the ultimate suffering. It's because, again, I can break your legs.
I don't know. It seems
off.
like in this secular worldview that it is.
Yeah.
You know, it's like death is the ultimate punishment that anybody could suffer with.
No, I can make, again, like I said, like if someone removes your legs, your arms, your eyes, and your ability to hear, what are you experiencing at that point?
I don't know. It's never happened to me.
Nothing, right? Like, again, that could be an ultimate punishment.
How do you know that?
These going to be subjective. You're using a subjective term to call this the ultimate.
You're using a subjective analogy in order to prove a point. So it's not really proving anything if it's subjective.
That's what I'm saying. It's all subjective. I'm not saying that mine is objective.
But the thing is that even out of all this world of subjectivity, I could still look back at my own religious beliefs and come to an objective realization of morality. You cannot.
Well, again, like I stated earlier, I said that those 30 seconds of death, before death, afterwards you're not experiencing anything, right? Then at the end, there is no more suffering.
Oh, so
right?
We're just going to go with, oh, yeah, sure, they may end up suffering the most amount of pain and suffering possible, but they're going to die soon. It doesn't matter.
You don't know that it's the most...
you don't know that either. It's
exactly.
like...
You're making a point that's saying that it's the most amount of pain. I'm not making that claim. You are the person making that claim.
I'm saying suffering.
Yes, that it's the most suffering that a person can handle.
And then I relay back to, why is capital punishment considered the ultimate punishment?
Well, capital punishment is distinctly different because, again, capital punishment
in the
matter.
At the end of it, capital punishment is death. Why is death the ultimate punishment?
No. It's death, but without your choosing. You don't get a choice in that matter in capital punishment. It just happens, right?
But I'm trying to get the analogy of, why is death considered to be the ultimate punishment?
It's not necessarily the ultimate punishment, right? Because we stated even earlier, Primal
Generally
said it himself,
is. Generally it is to the masses.
If we lock someone in for 50 years in a box, like, that's probably a worse punishment than killing them off immediately.
I would say all these people
get kidnapped and locked in a basement for 30 or 40 years and forced to produce children, like that one dude in Romania did. I'm sorry, that sounds a little like, yeah, maybe there's some good at the end of that, right? But like generations of like assault trauma, like your kids getting assaulted and getting, impregnated by their grandfather. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think death is probably preferable than like just like that absolutely just insane reality, especially because most of the time they don't get out and they just wither and die there anyways.
All right, so out of the many times that I've watched like crime films on YouTube, there are many people who have gone and suffered through that for like 20 to 30 years out of their life, but as soon as they come out of it, they are much more appreciative of life that is out there.
Do you think that they show the glossy, glazy stories that make you feel good rather than the ones that make you feel real bad about the people who never get their lives together, become homeless, and just
okay, well,
then
let me put it into
or just using them as props?
Then let me put this into another paradigm. Let's say that you experience the most horrible, egregious things throughout life for 20 years, and then on your 21st year, somebody gives you a piece of cheesecake. Is that going to be the most wonderful cheesecake you'll ever have?
Not ever, because I might have a better cheesecake because I might make it myself.
Oh yeah, but even the one that you make yourself is going to be pretty fucking delicious, right?
Yeah, but like, I mean, this is
but this is the thing, is that your state of mind is already so low that you actually become more appreciative of life that is given to you once you're out of that state.
Okay, but when you go ahead and say those things, you're basically telling people to go out there and suffer, so that way things feel better on the other end of that. Like, I feel
isn't the secular argument that we're in a constant mode of suffering and counter suffering?
Yeah, there is actually a secular argument to this. Do you know of the Polish philosopher Dąbrowski?
No.
Dąbrowski went ahead and actually suggested that the idea of suffering is a way that we can go ahead and actually activate our higher levels. Are you familiar with like Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
I am horrible when it comes to philosophy.
So what he basically says, Dąbrowski says this: we have 5 levels. All right, Brittany Simon did it too. She just stole it from the guy. So the first level is you're a bot. Okay, like, for red pillars, that if you understand, you're just going along with your life. The second level, something bad happened to you, and it kind of conflicts with the way of your programming, like within the society. Then the choice becomes about how you integrate or disintegrate to it. Do you reintegrate into just being like, oh, this terrible thing happened, I'm gonna move back to it, or am I going to ascend? Dąbrowski goes ahead and says that people that go through suffering and then ascend do better. However, that also says that you want people to seek out trauma. What you're doing, in my eyes, is not unlike what Dąbrowski said, that we should seek out suffering, we should seek out trauma because it makes you better. And I think that's sick.
No, I've never said that you should seek out trauma.
Well, okay, but you're deifying it as if there's it makes somebody inherently better.
Yeah, it makes
I'm just presenting a fact. I'm just presenting a fact act of life.
No, you're presenting an idea that yes, things.
Because if there was a person that asked me, should I go through suffering in order to enjoy my life better, I would tell them no. There you go. I'm not promoting that.
I don't really think that your cake argument really works out that great, because guess what? That cake is just going to be as good from somebody that doesn't suffer if it's a good cake.
No, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same.
Putting a deification on suffering as value.
I'm not putting a deification on suffering. Deification suggests that I'm telling people that they should go through suffering, and I've never vouched that.
Like your God does, because he's petty and pedantic.
Okay, so you're just pissed off at God?
No, I'm not pissed off at
you know, if you were to accept Jesus Christ into your life, that he would give you eternal life and pleasure.
Misrepresenting my God, if I'm going to be very, very clear.
You're misrepresenting my God.
Okay, good. Mine's better.
Good. Okay, whatever, man.
Rachel and Primal.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I just want to tell TickyTack, I'm very much in sync with his overall position here. Very copacetic for me. It's a very standard Christian argument. Some of this stuff, it really comes down to understanding what constitutes a human being. So within Christian dogma and our belief system, we have a tripartite constitution of human being, a spirit, soul, and body, and that we are to operate on the highest level, which is spirit. Not to, and I'm not advocating some sort of asceticism or denial of the flesh or this sort of thing, but I am saying that a lot of our decision making on these things are spiritually derived and spiritually discerned, spiritually apprehended, and spiritually acted upon, and that's where the rest of the body goes, and with your soul. So,
I just want to say thank you, Hornet, for the contention. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, no, that was fun.
Say goodbye.
Thank you for having me up, Sarah.
All
Thank
right,
you, everyone.
Dr. Robert, you're up. I see you're doing something back there, but you may want to put it away
Come on,
now.
Doc.
Whoa. Yeah, put that thing
Not
away,
that,
Dr. Robert.
not that. I said that. So poorly choiced words.
Word choice.
He's back there playing with
Phrasing,
records.
Sarah, phrasing.
poorly choice words. And let me just give a quick shout out to they were fighting over Hornet, keeping him on, sending him off. Michelle came in with the $4.99. Take off 5 minutes, please. Make it more precise. That was to you, Hornet. You lost 5 minutes, but don't worry. Lauren bought you back another 5. She wanted to keep Hornet on. Pinkerton coming in with a new membership. Welcome, Pinkerton. And ladies and gentlemen, you can hit that tab and become a member to see all of the other shows that we do. We only leave Moderator Monday out. Everything else disappears after a week. Neve couldn't stand to see Hornet go, so she came in with another 5. Don't avoid Hornet for an additional 5 minutes, please. And Emp Dave, same for you, coming in with the $4.99. Need 5 more for Hornet. And Hornet tapped out all of his time. I wasn't going to allow any more donos after that. But yes, Dr. Robert, thanks for joining us. I hope you were enjoying your time playing with your records back there.
I was making great progress, I can tell you that. So.
I could tell.
Yeah, it's great to see you. Great to see Rachel. And sorry that Neve isn't up on here, but glad she's in the audience. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, I don't know what I would call my perspective on this topic, but it's something I've had some personal experience with. And, you know, I think my take is it is a very personal decision, and it can be informed by religion, but it depends on the person making the decision. And, you know, they've got to follow their own, you know, their own guidance on that. It's certainly, one thing, you know, there was some discussion that seemed to suggest that the government is going to be intervening in these decisions. I don't see that happening anytime soon. It certainly is not part of the fabric right now. These, and the notion that there is involuntary euthanasia, you know, that's pretty sketchy to me. So there are very few situations where that arises. So if any, and, you know, so if you have a person that has family and is in, or friends, close people that are involved in their decision making, by the time they get to this, they have drafted and signed a statement saying that they trust these people, these individuals, to make decisions in their best interest for their health care. And, you know, it doesn't happen, you know, nobody gets put to death because they have no insurance or they have no family members advocating for them. If someone is there on their deathbed without any of this paperwork and without any funding, they remain, you know, intensely cared for. They are kept alive to the best ability of their physician team. That's the rules, and that's the way it is. And this notion of the Hippocratic Oath, every physician takes the Hippocratic Oath. The Hippocratic Oath does say, you know, first do no harm, and it includes statements of I will not put financial, you know, it's too long and I don't remember it, but it does say I will not place financial concerns above the care of my patients. I will intend to never harm my patients to the best of my ability. Everybody takes that oath. That's part of it. Now, whether you live up
There's no legal obligation for a doctor to do that.
There's
I
no
heard you
legal-
talk about this before. There's no legal obligation, and it is not necessary. What is necessary is medical school, going ahead, working in a hospital or some other practice, and then getting certified by a board. That's what qualifies you to be a doctor. Nothing about the Hippocratic Oath in that.
That's true. It's not part of the qualifications. And I'm not defending all doctors. I have seen lots of cases where I am aghast at what was done. All right. So, yes. Now, I didn't work in an area where it was life-saving surgery. But, you know, I have seen plenty of decisions and plenty of mistakes, and none of us are perfect. And I regret some of my own decisions and some of my own technical, you know, errors. I'm saying that here, which is big, but it's true for any physician that actually owns up and pays attention to what they're doing. And there are physicians that don't pay enough attention to what they're doing. So
yeah, I think that one of the issues, I actually wrote this down in my notes as like a side thing, because when I was thinking about this, I did think about the Hippocratic Oath stuff.
Is that for me or
one
no?
of the specific things that like I I really thought about is how when we look at, I feel that we have this issue in our culture where we want solutions and we want answers. And the reality is we aren't always going to have those. I think a lot of people get hung up on that. They ruin their whole lives looking for something that they'll never, ever find. And I think that when we come to medicine, we forget that medicine a lot of times for the common man is a practice. And understanding that it's a practice means that there is a process, right? Am I going to go ahead and slight the man in 300 BC who's like, you know, if you get eaten by the bloodworms that drink out your blood, you know, you can, I know I'm doing a British thing, assume that they were during the time of Scythia. You know, this person was trying out these things. He took down notes, he worked with it, he pushed it on, another person took that up. We're doing a practice. Failure is a part of that practice. What isn't a part of practice is quitting and giving up, right? We need to persevere. That's why it's practice, because we get better at it over time, and there is never going to be a intimate 100% almost given solution. Maybe someday some super, you know, neo Tokyo, you know, cyberpunk future, they're going to be able to go ahead and replace your spine, every bone, every organ, every cell, every piece of your skin, and even like your brain cells, and somehow you're still in there. You know, maybe that happens, but I'm going to live in the reality now where I unfortunately don't have really sick robot augments that allow me to fight wars on my own territory.
Well, yeah, that's not really in the realm I wanted to talk about right now, but it's not badly conceived. You know, I will say I've taught many orthopedic surgeons, neurosurgeons to do spine surgery. I was a teacher, and I love teaching. And one of the phrases, and it kind of comes out of what you were saying, one of the phrases, maybe my main phrase that I pass along my students is the most important thing to learn from your training is how to think for yourself. It's not about, I must do it this way, I must do it that way, this means this means that. What it means is the most important thing, because everything changes. You know, our knowledge base and our ability set, our technical, abilities, all of these things change over time. And you've got what you learn in training is not going to be what you end up finishing with at the end of your career. So how do you get there? And the only way you get there is by critically assessing, does this work? Does this not work? This is not on the topic, by the way, but you kind of got me thinking about it.
Yeah, I know.
But it's the reality. The most important thing is to be able to think critically, evaluate your own work, evaluate your own outcomes, and make changes based on what you're seeing. And if you don't have that, you ultimately become a bad doctor. I mean, it's true. So, but to leave that behind, I was going to tell a story. You know,
No stories. No, this is not the night for stories.
Yeah, we've already done a few. Okay.
I don't like the story. I can't help it. So, my next door neighbor had a and we had shared deck. So our deck and their deck were adjoined, and so I would go out on our deck, and her husband and she could come out on their deck, and we would talk. And by the way, I want to ask for, if I needed a little more time, because
it's not how Mod Monday works. It's you get 10 minutes flat unless somebody buys your time.
Oh, you're killing me. All right. Well, let me get to the point then. So this woman comes out, and she was our next door neighbor for 6 years, and she had a progressive neurologic disease, it's a muscle disease, and she was losing strength, and she was a retired attorney, and she had watched her brother, who had the same genetic disease, die from it in a miserable way. And so I'm out on our deck, I don't know, either having a cigar or cooking or something, I don't know. And she comes out and we're talking. And she tells me now, and this is after knowing her 5 years, she's like, I know where this is going. I saw where it went with my brother. I do not want to be, I don't want that as my final endpoint. I don't want to not be able to walk, to not be able to swallow, to have people taking care of me, and She knew she didn't want it. And by the way, she was a force of nature. She was smart as a tack. She was, and for years prior to that, and I'm sorry, fucking, because I know I'm notorious for getting choked up, but it makes me choked up. For years, she went down into Lake Union in a wetsuit, and she would churn the water, working and swimming and preserving and strengthening herself as much as possible. So she tells me, what's the dose of fentanyl I need to end my life? And I told her, I can't tell you that. I don't, and I can't. I couldn't. I don't have that credential. But there needs to be people who have that credential. And she ultimately took it into her own hands, had a guide, and exited the planet. Her. And I think it was a beautiful thing.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Say goodbye to everybody. And we do
Robert
go into
Hart, thank you very much for your story. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but I definitely wish the best out of you for all the outcomes.
Thanks, guys. Hey, Rachel.
Yes,
I'm going to get up soon. I got to get up soon on your. I'm sorry. It's just been,
We understand. We totally understand, Doc. We love you.
All right.
Bye, Dr. Robert.
Bye, Sarah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
All right.
TickyTack, as we're bringing up the next guest, what if we could solve for that 30 seconds? You kind of kept going back to that 30 seconds of unknown potential, most pain ever. What if we could find a solution for that? Would that change your perspective? What if there's some instant snap of the finger, vaporization of the brain, something like that, where there was no possibility of any sensation for that person? Would that move your perspective at all?
Or maybe that we can read the neurons in a very specific region that suggests that the person wants to survive.
Sure.
Maybe something like that.
Yeah.
So from a religious belief, I still would not be for MAID, but I could see the secular argument in order to allow it.
Yeah, okay, cool. That was just turning in my brain of like, what if we could solve for that issue?
I can understand. I definitely thought about that before I brought the argument up.
And Adam, can you voice confirm for me, please?
Yep. I am not a troll. I've called in many times to different panels.
Yeah, I know your name. I've seen you before, but I just want to ensure we're not going to get any weird stuff, especially because a lot of people are connected right now. If you take down one, you take down them all, and that would be bad juju. Okay, my apologies. The floor is back to you guys.
Okay, I'm calling in because I want to try to understand what Rezzivaer's position is. So just to be clear, you think it is acceptable to, lack of a better term, use bodily autonomy to limit bodily autonomy, as in make decisions that lead to a limitation of future decisions?
I'm sorry, you started cutting up like halfway in that and like kind of went in and out. I don't know.
Speak
you might
closer to your mic.
Closer to the
Can
mic.
you hear me now?
Or
That sounded better?
Yeah, it's just you kind of dropped out. I just missed. I just don't actually know what you were going to ask me. I apologize.
Okay, so just basically you support.
I think you have a bad mic.
Okay, one moment. I'll change it.
I'll give you 10 seconds to fix that, and then we'll try with the next guest.
Is that better?
Yeah, significantly so.
Okay.
Were you using your webcam?
Perfect. No.
Okay.
So here's the question. Rezzivaer, you support people being able to make decisions in favor because you support bodily autonomy. You support people making decisions that will limit future bodily autonomy on their part, right?
Yeah, that's their autonomy. Yeah.
Okay. So do you support slavery?
That's somebody else going ahead and executing violence against another person. That's not autonomy.
So if
I think you're
somebody
trying to go for
chooses
indentured servitude, right? Because that
No,
actually
I'm not.
is something
I'm talking about
Well, no,
slavery.
because
I'm
slavery
talking about
is somebody committing violence against another person by owning them. That's violence in my eyes. That is
So-
not autonomy.
so-
That's
well,
like,
hold
I
on.
don't know how you would even consider that autonomy.
Yeah, so it is autonomy if the slave in this case
Just
signs a
chooses to be a slave.
contract.
Also, indentured servitude, not slavery.
Nope, I'm talking about slavery.
No, you're
They
talking about indentured servitude because of a
no,
slave
I'm talking,
signs a
no, hold on.
contract.
Let me complete the statement. Okay.
Okay, continue.
So the slave basically signs a blank check to the person who's then going to own them for the rest of their lives and can no longer make any more decisions. That's slavery. So you support that? You think that's okay? You think that's acceptable?
Does that allow for somebody to go ahead and retract their autonomy in the future?
No. This hypothetical contract would not allow that.
Yeah, that also. Yeah, I already did this, dude. I did this with the experimental drugs thing, and saying that somebody at any point should be able to go ahead and retract their consent to things that they previously consented to. Right? Just because somebody says that you can go inside them, it doesn't mean you can just keep going inside them if they don't want you to. Right?
Well, but this presents an inconsistency with your previous point
it's not
about
an inconsistency because you're going.
Well, okay, so I can demonstrate the inconsistency if you let me talk.
I don't.
So this presents an inconsistency because it is actually you are making it impossible for somebody to retract their consent to a MAID. They cannot retract that consent, but yet you still support people being able to do that.
All right, so first off, let's go ahead and let's address the elephant in the room that I don't really think a lot of people just sign off their entire autonomy to begin with, right? To begin with. So, like, let's say that this is probably a niche argument that I don't think even characterizes slavery to begin with, which is, I think, what does make a fallacy here. But again...
I could bring up an example.
Hold on. Right. So let me tell you where I'm getting this argument from. So this argument is actually an argument made by the well-renowned libertarian thinker Walter Block, who unironically argues for slavery in the position I am laying out.
Yeah, I don't like him. I think he's a moron and a dipshit.
Well, so obvious. Okay, so are you a senior fellow at the Mises Institute?
I'm gonna. Your mic is
To
killing me.
things means you also have the ability to disconsent to things when it comes to that life. We do the best that we can with consent, right?
Yeah. So you cannot disconsent to MAID.
Wait. We're never gonna have true consent. Can we ever have true consent? Can you know what's going on in another person's mind ever?
You can approach it, but the point is you cannot retract your consent to MAID after it's already happened.
My man, real quick, I'm asking you, what word did I just write down? That is the only word I'm thinking about, right? Can you know that?
No, not. I don't have complete knowledge, but I can't have knowledge of what you're thinking of in certain circumstances, given previous statements you made.
So you understand that there are limits to consent, then, right?
I understand that there are limits. My criticism to you is that you're being inconsistent in how you're applying consent in different cases.
How so?
Because you're, like I said, you're saying that in order to consent to something, you have to be able to retract consent. However, on the other hand, you are supporting a position where you are able to put consent into something, MAID, and then after MAID occurs, you can no longer retract your consent.
Okay.
To that point. This is a contradictory position.
No, this is what we do the best we can, not, feeble over small petty arguments with this. Again,
this isn't small. This is no, hold on. This isn't small. This isn't small. This is the entire argument. This is your entire position. Yes, your entire position is based around bodily autonomy. When I point out that you inconsistently apply the principle, that's not minor, that's not a quibble. That is your entire position shown to be self-contradiction.
Okay, then I'll fix it. If you can't retract consent because you're dead, then you can't retract consent. If you can't retract consent because you're dying, you can't retract consent. Because that's how the world works, right? Right? That's how the world works. But in the slavery example, you can retract consent because you're still alive, which is why I think this is a fallacious argument. And once again, yeah, we can all make decisions there about what if I were to go out there, and just decide to, I don't know, find some heroin and have a grand old night doing heroin. I would actually be okay with myself doing that from my standpoint. I don't think it's a good thing that somebody does it. Could it get me killed? Yes, but I consented to doing it. All right, it wasn't like somebody injected me with the heroin to begin with.
Primal, do you want to tag team in on this by chance?
It's in terms of just consent, like I agree. Like if you have the ability to withdraw consent at any point, it's a different argument than if you've given up the ability. And if you're incapacitated, then you no longer have the ability to consent or not consent anymore. I think that's been shown in a multitude of environments of once you're incapacitated, like you are no longer a party consentable or non-consentable. You kind of just are at the mercy of what's already been laid out.
Well, hold on. So before I'm kicked off, I have one other point for Rezzivaer. So you think that it is wrong to prevent people from sinning?
Yeah, I absolutely think it's wrong to prevent people.
Okay.
From sinning.
So do you think murder should be legal?
No, I don't think murder should be legal. Do you want to know
Well,
why? that
okay.
is?
So
wait,
yeah,
real quick.
well,
I want you to use your big
once
knowledge, 'cause
again,
you know
you're
what I'm talking about. Why did I say murder was bad earlier? Did you hear that?
I don't know, and it's frankly
just said
irrelevant
like
because
recently.
this
It was
presents
like
another
an hour and a half
contradiction.
ago. You might have forgotten it. Okay, that's fine. I understand. But the reason why murder isn't good, it's because it's one person going ahead and violating another person's consent. Right.
Okay. So just to be clear, you
Why is
actually
murder bad to
value
you? Can you
bodily
actually explain to me
autonomy.
why murder's bad to you, buddy?
So-
Why is murder
so-
bad to you? No, actually, no. Right now, you're trying to go ahead and put me into these things. Why is murder bad to you?
My position on this is irrelevant. Anyway,
No, it's
so
actually relevant. I'm actually really curious
So the
because I
point I'm
want to show
trying to
that
make
you're using
here.
fallacious argumentation while pretending
So
like I'm doing
so
such
the
things.
point. I have actually not made an argument.
Well, I know
except
because you don't know how to. It's okay. You did make an argument, by the way. You said I was inconsistent. That was an
It's
argument.
called an internal critique.
So that argument was not relevant. To murder.
It is.
So the point I'm trying to make here is Rezzivaer actually values bodily autonomy higher than what he believes is his God's commands. He actually thinks that bodily autonomy is superior to preventing sin.
No, I think bodily autonomy is superior to allowing God's will if we're going religious with this. And I don't think that we're supposed to interrupt God's will if we're going religious with this.
So is it God's will that Cain killed Abel?
It was God's will to give you fucking one brain cell when you woke up.
Was it God's will for Cain to kill Abel?
For Cain to kill Abel? Absolutely, it was God's will to do that. He willed it. It happened, did it not?
Okay, so that murder should not have been prevented.
I mean, it wasn't, did it? And he didn't prevent it, did he?
No,
wait,
that's not answering my question.
No.
Should Cain have been prevented from killing Abel? Should Cain have been prevented from killing Abel?
Of Abel?
That's irrelevant to my question. You aren't answering my question.
Why is it irrelevant to your question?
Should the murder of Abel have been
you're trying to tell me.
Should the murder of Abel have been prevented?
Go one at a time because his mic is popping.
Once again.
Rachel, TickyTack, do you want to?
Nothing with anything. You're worse than the sophists.
Yeah, so you aren't answering my question.
You're worse than the sophists.
Should the murder of Abel have been prevented?
Dude. You're not engaging with this God's will argument that I'm making in the first place, and that's fine. Just admit you're a sophist, and I'm going to dismiss you just as well.
You're not responding to the argument, and then you call me a sophist.
Absolutely,
This is actually absurd on its face.
To the office, I literally did. You're not responding to my counter arguments to begin with. I'm not doing this stuff. Okay?
So I asked you a direct question, and you answered a question I didn't ask. So
would Rachel or Ticky? Hold on a second, Adam. Would Rachel or TickyTack like to tag in on that side and give a thought?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay. The only thing I want to just say is it's not God's will that Cain killed Abel. That's Cain's free will exercising it over and above Abel's.
God giving Cain free will was God's will.
Pardon me?
God giving Cain free will was God's will.
That's correct.
Okay.
And what Cain decided to do with that ability was his business. By definition, it would be his business. So not God's will. He used his free will for evil intent. And that's why we have this panel with disagreements. This is why we have a culture that I think's in some degree of free fall, and why moral relativism is problematic, and why it's part of the fuel that's driving this whole MAID's doctrine anyway. It's the devaluing of human life. It's problematic, and we're seeing the results of it in our culture.
Yeah, and I just think it's the mere clinging to suffering as some sort of valiant or worthwhile thing. Then, if we're going to go ahead and do the contradictory trite statements, that's fine.
So anyway, so Rezzivaer, was it God's will for Cain to kill Abel?
Yeah.
It was? Okay, so God wills that sin happens?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what are you, like a hyper-Calvinist?
let me
it's
allow
very
me,
complicated,
Adam,
but
to
like,
go
yeah,
ahead
it's
and
a type of Christian.
Adam, say goodbye for now. We are going into
Goodbye.
open panel mode here shortly.
Thank you, Adam.
So I'm going to put you back in the backstage.
Good questions, by the way. I am the mean butt.
I like the way you operate. Here is where what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of like shut down this panel and allow you guys to do all of your closing thoughts. If you want to hang on, we go into open panel dumpster fire where it gets absolutely stupid, and all of you have held seats for the time being, unless anybody boots you or so on and so forth. But it gets really fun after this moment. So, does anybody want to hop off of the panel at this time?
Yeah, I probably am going to.
That's fair. TickyTack, you unmuted. Are you?
I might stay for a little bit. I
fair.
would ask that everybody else kind of stays just for a little bit for the first like 5 minutes, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'll stay for the first 5 minutes. I'll give you that. Just as long as it's like I can kind of flow out, you know. That's
Yeah,
like,
we
I
don't go
wanna
in.
just, like, I don't want to just drop and you being like, oh God, how do I like reassess? I don't know how this stream
No
works.
debates,
Yeah.
no contentions, no arguments. I just kind of want to throw out some comments. That's all.
So we're still going to go into closing statements to like kind of close this panel. So if you guys still have a few thoughts you want to get to, I can give you an extra 10 minutes of just you guys, if that's what you want.
I'm pretty wrung out on just this with us. I think we've all had a. I do want to. Do we want to move just to closing statements?
Yeah,
on
we
this,
can
and then
do
we
that.
can get to the open panel.
That's fair.
Yeah, I want to say this. This was a spirited debate. I enjoyed a lot of this. I like the challenges presented to me by both Ticky as well as Rachel's to go ahead and do this, as well as some of the arguments that Primal made. Even like many of the callers, I think were pretty good. I really thoroughly enjoyed this. I do want to make that very clear. I come off a little bit aggressive, but again, I come from the Zerka lens where every positive thing that you say about something, you should say something just as bad about them, just so that way we can always find some new way to improve ourselves and our rhetoric. That said, I still remain wholly unconvinced that I can actually detract from my original statement of autonomy being a major source for this for me, and why I determine this from a secular lens. Again, autonomy with reverence to issues of mental health, poverty, and other detriments within material reality, which we must go ahead and actually do some solution for. I think the best way for us to value life is to value the living, value the people that are living day to day, that have every opportunity and every possibility. I think that we need to go ahead and do something in the West about starving children. And I think that the day that we actually can take care of our basic needs, take care of our fellow man, and actually do that, then we can truly have these discussions. We can truly get into that consent. I think that we're going to have a lot of trouble until then to truly get into these, because we have to postulate, well, how do we get there? What's it going to cost? Like, is there going to be a cost thing? If I'm looking at this from an ethical standpoint, people should have the full autonomy and decision making to go ahead and control their life at every single moment. Making a bad decision that you then go ahead and change your mind on is something that we need to allow people to do. We need to allow people to experience the ravages, just because that is part of the process. We can suggest to someone, hey, maybe, camel, go drink from that river. But if it chooses not to drink and it goes out and dries out, guess what? That's on the camel, not on the rest of us. We can always suggest the things that we want to do, but at the end of the day, it comes down to numero uno, the single sole person before you yourself, within these decisions, and we must be taking back our autonomy from anything that restricts us from that.
Thank you. And Primal to you. And Rezzivaer, did you want to do any plugs before?
Oh, yeah, shit. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot. I'm Rezzivaer on all platforms. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. I'm on Kick. I'm on Rumble. I'm probably gonna be on Twitter soon. I do a lot of stuff. I do a lot of funny things too. Like the debate stuff is probably one of the least things I do, but Nev bugged me about this, and I'm gonna be honest, this was a lot of fun for me.
That actually surprises me.
What? Yeah, no, I just yell at my chat a lot of times, and then they call me mean things, and they called me fat so much I lost like 50 pounds in the last year. So it's one of those. It's kind of one of those energies. It's insult comedy is marvelous to me. So, but yeah, check me out 3 to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, every Monday through Friday.
That is fair. Thank you. And Primal Studies, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Appreciate the back and forth. I think you all made a lot of compelling and good arguments. So TickyTack, Rachel, thank you for being on kind of the opposing side. Rez, appreciate you being on the secular side with me over here.
To make it hard for you.
Yeah. And it was good. It made me think about a lot of things, and that's kind of my call to action for people, is to think about these topics in a critical way and choose the path that leads to your best life and what you look for the best. I want people to explore all the options and decide what option's best for you. So I'll kind of party with that.
Thank you. And did you want to plug as well?
Oh yeah, Primal Studies, check it out. I do streams every once in a while on all sorts of a variety bag of topics. So go check it out. Thanks much.
Primal, I swear, is like the oldest person in YouTube. Like
I am.
everybody knows
It's
him.
all the gray hairs. You know, once you get over 40, it's all downhill after that.
He's just been here forever. And TickyTack, to you, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sure. So I'm still remain unconvinced on the argument I presented that within the last 30 seconds, we can define where consent ends. And I think it's still a valuable thing. But otherwise, I do feel like that this debate was very productive. There's a lot of challenging ideas that I had to face. And Rachel's Ghost, your heart is in the right place, but we got to like step up our game. And I really argue with the secular mindset of how things are built. When it comes to a shout out, I would just say go join the Crucible. You could find me over there in the Discord. And eventually when I start up my channel, you'll hear about it over there. And again, thank you very much, Sarah, for hosting this debate.
Oh, you are most welcome. Most welcome. And Rachel, last but certainly not least, she is one of my favorites in YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. I love having her around. She's part of the vinyl community, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, that's my thing. I want to thank all the panel, highly intelligent panel here, well thought out arguments. Yeah, actually, I have no problem. I don't think I need to apologize for speaking, if it's perceived as emotional. I discern in our culture a general dehumanizing aspect. So I haven't moved from that. Jesus said you'll always have the poor with you. So there's a reason for that. We should seek the answer as to why he might say something like that, particularly Christians I speak to. And there's a lot of rules and a lot of commandments that are for Christians that aren't for the rest of the world. We have the covenant with God. The second, if you didn't make a deal with Jesus, the old story is you sell your soul to the devil, but in fact, you actually have to sell your soul to Jesus. It's the exact opposite. So I want to thank everybody for the conversation, Sarah especially for providing the platform and inviting me along to be part of it. It was great and a lot of fun. It's good to sharpen your sword, so to speak. So yeah, a lot of fun.
And did you want to plug?
Yeah, the show. I'm Rachel's Ghost on YouTube. I'm over on the X platform. I'm all in on Trump. I like Jesus a lot, and I like the Beatles. I rock and roll. So you can catch me 6 Pacific to 9 a.m. daily over on my channel. We talk about everything, politics, rock and roll, and we'll talk a little bit about this. We'll do a kind of a breakdown on this and tell the kids what I thought about it.
Yeah, this was a wonderful panel, and thank you all so kindly for being sensitive to the topic. It is a very touchy one and could be triggering to very many people, especially in the mental health region or people just going through hard times, especially in today's economy. So I'm ever so grateful that everybody handled with care and moved forward in such a way where we could still be respectful to the conversation, but still get our points across. And I just want to give some shout outs to the super chats that came in over the last few minutes. Don Juan comes in with the $4.99. He says, been to the Mises Institute and have met Walter Block, but even he would say this is a good theory. There is no fallacy of his premise. Will he agree? And forgive me if I mispronounced any of that. And comes in again with another $4.99. You can't have a right to euthanasia because it wouldn't contradict the right to life. Even in the hierarchy of rights, to live is higher than the other option. And stepping in again one more time, blaming God for humans' problems, LOL, straw man. And I think that was referring to the Cain and Abel moment. Rezzivaer needs Aquinas. Coming in with the Aquinas staple. Straight from Don Juan himself. We love you, Don Juan, for the reminder of Aquinas for everybody on panel. And camels don't have free will because they don't reason. Fair assessment. And coming in one more time, Andrew Wilson doesn't understand rights because the Ortho Bros got their rights taken in 1453 by Turks after they took Constantinople. Rights is Catholic concept. And TickyTack, if you have anything to add to that, I will give you the moment.
No, I'm not going to speak ill will.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the night. Rachel, I believe you are stepping away for now, or are you hanging on for the final few?
So are we good, TickyTack, or did you want an extra 5 minutes, or how are you viewing things?
I only have a really quick comment in that I actually didn't have a position on this debate until about 3 days ago when I was asked if I wanted to join in on it. So you guys made some really compelling arguments. I would actually say particularly Corinth, when he came into the do not resuscitate argument, that definitely was something I had to contend with. And generally speaking, I really am defaulting to my religion overall when it comes to, suicide being a sin, and that's the basis for my arguments. Mm-hmm. That's about it.
Rachel, any thoughts to that?
Yeah, I agree. I applaud TickyTack for his honesty. One of the things I do always, I say I have a bias. I put it right out there so people know where I'm coming from and understand that, in the terms of arguing or logic or debate, that you can under my position saying, I don't believe that. That's what you believe. I'll find it good, but I don't buy it. And then I just go, that's fine. You have to find the truth and whatever. I believe in objective reality, subjectively experienced. You'll have to find out for yourself.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. All right. If anybody does want to hop off, I can go ahead and do that now. Rachel, I believe you were going. Say goodbye to everybody.
Bye, everybody. Thanks so much, Sarah. Bye. Have a great night, everyone. Bye.
Bye. And TickyTack, are you sticking around for a few more minutes, or are you satisfied?
I just need a quick break, but I'll be back here in a few minutes.
Sure. I'll go ahead and just put you in the backstage. When you're ready to come back on, go ahead and come out of avatar mode, and I'll know. And I'll hold a seat for you. And then Rezzivaer, right? I want to say reservoir. That's what I was thinking.
You can say Rezzi or Wesley. My name's actually Wesley. I don't really care.
Fair enough. I'm going with Rezzi. I like going by people's names.
It feels nice. Yeah, it's got a good mouth feel to it.
You're staying on for a few minutes. Primal,
I'll stay on for a few minutes. Yeah, just find that critical rad theory guy. Don't bring him in. He's one of my chairs. He wanted to argue specifically with Ticky, and I feel I think he probably agrees with both me and Primal. I just don't want to dogpile someone if they come on to argue otherwise, because I know who this person is because they've been talking about it for a little bit. So
that is fair. And I think Torsha wants to come in and get some. So link is pinned, baby girl. It is pinned for you. And then anybody else who does want to join open panel, please feel free to hit the link at the top. We will play this game where we will only allow 8 on screen at a time. If people get too crazy, I'm going to minimize it down to 6. We also do the fun little game of if you want to put somebody back in time out, you can do so. $1 a minute. If you want to revive somebody, same concept. Have your fun with it. Do whatever you want. We play the game. We have a good time. It is what it is. But I think we are all ready for the open panel dumpster fire.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sara has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raising Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, she's trying to be a comedian. She's trying to be funny.
And I did just want to put an overlay up. I have critical rad theory. If you could just voice confirm and there's no peen flashes going on your end, that'd be great. If you're here with us, or unless you got tired back there.
No, he's still there.
No. Hello?
All right, just
How's it sound?
Oh, you sound great. And Spicoli, are you here, my darling?
Well, actually, I was waiting for TickyTack to come back, and I promise I'll be nice. Rezzivaer.
It's not about you being nice. I just know what you want, so I don't want to like get you like all disappointed that you're gonna be
I
jumping.
had time to calm down. Let's put it that.
I want you to have the best. I want you to autonomously decide the best life you can have for yourself.
That is a fair assessment. And while we're waiting on TickyTack to come back, Spicoli, I think you wanted to address the panel as well. Spicoli.
I've also changed my Android form, just so you're aware.
That's perfectly fine. You're totally good. Spicoli, are you with us, my darling? Saranthus. All right, we'll put him back in the backstage for now. Anyways, I leave the floor to you guys. Have fun. Do your thing.
Can I start doing funny voices now?
Yes.
I mean, the more the merrier, right?
Yeah, I'm actually surprised because more people were trying to jump on earlier, and
Well,
more
actually, this
people
is a
were.
perfect setting. This is a perfect setting for me because I've seen other formats with basically the Brady Bunch setting, when you have nine heads yelling to each other. So I'm actually enjoying this setup, and this is pretty much what compelled me to join in.
Oh, good. Well, normally we are like a room of 10 going crazy, but we decided to kind of reformat Mod Monday a little bit to where we minimize it when it gets, if it's like, if everybody's kind of chilling and taking it easy, we'll throw everybody up there. But in order to avoid chaos, we try to organize it a little bit. And Don Juan coming in with $1.99, $1.99, so Spigoli can be banned. Well, that's only going to keep him backstage for 2 minutes, but I will set a timer. We'll try to bring him up we'll try to bring him up again in 2 minutes. And TickyTack coming in from the back with the $20. Thanks again for hosting. Thank you. No, I'm glad the panelists usually create the show. Like, we just piece it together, but you guys make it what it is. And I'm thankful it didn't get too out of hand, especially with this topic. So it was really nice to see that. Yes, that
Can
was
I do
really
a funny voice now?
Do your funny
You
voice.
turning all the frogs gay.
You're such a goon. And let's see. So critical rad theory, you're waiting for you've been on here before. I've seen your name on here before, haven't you?
Well, this is actually a first for me. I didn't have my audio set up until tonight, pretty much like 20 minutes ago. So hi. But I've been around the circles of Rezzivaer, that loyal friend, and also other political discourse streamers. So I also chat a lot.
Okay, maybe that's where I saw you then.
I also want to real quick do something for Caucasian here. I didn't realize it was muted before. Excuse me. See, the thing is, when you talk about the way that they're trying to turn these frogs gay, every one of you liberals that are going ahead and standing out there, stand against the true will of the God above, great almighty creator, Jesus Christ. And every single time you turn a dog gay, you know what, frog gay, you know what.
How many quizzes you could fit in
a
there?
dog to a white woman, and you know what they do with them. So here's the thing: no more frogs getting gay, no more dogs for white women. That's just what it is. Hey, this is Rezzy Jones. I gotta switch over to the next character now.
That's pretty good, but you got to really put your balls into it when you start talking. You got to get real deep down and get into it.
I know. Here's the thing. I know that right now, if I go ahead and do this too loudly, my father may get a little bit perturbed. He might get confused. He might think that I'm fighting off some sort of evil demon that has been spawned upon me by all of you internet freaks. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to go ahead and keep it that way. He's not worried about his baby boy.
Excellent.
We'll try Spicoli again. Are you there with us, Spicoli? Spicoli, where are you? I've never seen you so quiet like this. All right, we'll try again.
I'm not going to lie. This is the best I've ever seen out of him.
That is a good point. I'm not complaining.
I haven't disagreed with him yet, so this is a record.
Oh, goodness. Primal, to you.
Yeah, I was kind of curious to hear Critical Rad what he had, because I know he had been waiting for a little bit. Caucasian, not to hear from you, but you got up on the panel once already, so I was kind of curious as to where Critical was coming from.
Well, it depends on, did you have a topic in mind?
I'm assuming kind of what we were talking about in the whole.
Well, I tend to deal with facts and reality, and not creed, superstition, mythology, or call it whatever you like. I deal with what's in front of me, and not what a mythical person would have said or done at a time where they didn't know where the sun went at night. So I'm not going to take life lessons from that, because they're not where we at, and this is not a base for a philosophical base for any kind of ethic or moral, because let me remind you, there is a passage in the Bible that is basically an abortion. That passage, well, it's book Numbers 5:11 through 31. So read that, and you will see God performing an abortion. So I'll let you. I'm just gonna put that there, food for thought. So that's. I guess that partly answers your questions. Where I'm coming from in terms of ethics and reality and how the world works.
Can I center the discussion a little bit? So when it comes to medically and I can't remember what the I stands for, but something in dying. The specific thing that kind of popped into Canadian news over the last couple of years, I think if it wasn't last year, maybe the year before, was the specific addition that was added to allow and include mental health conditions into consideration for that assisted dying. Now, I am conflicted. I do not believe that I have solidified my view on this, but I was wondering if anyone on panel has any sort of opinions or any, even if sort of just like some opening thoughts regarding the MAID discussion as it relates to mental health conditions.
As in mental health, or is the boundaries in regards to euthanasia?
Well, I think the idea being here is that the suffering could be characterized by like some prolonged mental health deficiency, maybe prolonged depression. And so I think where I struggle with this conversation is that I have not necessarily seen an example presented to me that makes it like that, like personifies the issue.
Let me give you an example then. This is purely anecdotal, and well, I know someone who deals with fibromyalgia, and it's basically invisible. Nobody can tell what the matter is. It's basically affecting the tendons and muscle and nerves. So in terms of chronic pain, it's I don't know if you dislocated your shoulders or maybe a knee at one point, or anyone had experienced that. But just to put matter in perspective, this is a Tuesday for me. So
I do sympathize with that.
I'm not trauma dumping. I'm just putting in perspective that I just my point of view of my relation to pain. So I have a very specific.
Respectfully, do you think I can focus the conversation a bit more? Like things that maybe things that would come from a diagnosis of like maybe from a psychiatrist or something, right? So like fibromyalgia, chronic pain, while I sympathize with those things, I don't necessarily think that that's where what I'm probing right now.
Well, so Deep, are you asking kind of like the threshold?
Sorry, sympathies are critical. Sorry, sympathies are, while they're well mannered, I understand. It's basically has the same effect as thoughts and prayers when there's a mass shooting. That it doesn't do shit. Excuse my language.
Agreed.
So I understand where you're coming from, but hearing these terms mean nothing, and for people that are extreme, that got for whatever reasons in society got angry or
Yeah.
resentful in regards to how people treat around people can be treated around you. So I'm losing train of thought. So I'm just gonna
No problem.
put it,
I just
push it back to.
I only offered that because I didn't want to I didn't want to pave over your personal experience in my efforts to like
No,
hold the conversation, right?
I understand.
That's why I
I
clarified that.
just
Like,
used my anecdotal evidence as an example, like as where I was coming
That's
from.
fair.
But I'm not trauma dumping, so don't worry,
You're
y'all.
good. You're good.
It's just for the sake of the conversation.
Yeah, no
Hey,
problem. Primal,
Neve,
what were you saying?
to come back to you, are you kind of asking for like a threshold of would this quote unquote qualified for assistance in this process if somebody had XYZ thing versus whatever the case may be?
Well, sure, possibly.
Sure.
Because I
So
think it's more
I'll-
even just impressions.
Yeah,
because
I'll engage with that. So from a general perspective, I kind of was reading up on like the Belgian model and several other models, and essentially what it seems to come down to is there's an incurable condition that is terminal in nature. So I come from the perspective of, and I was having this conversation with Stacey a little bit earlier, but effectively, I think that there's, and it's kind of funny because I'm leaning into the TickyTack argument here almost a little bit of, there's kind of hope of improvement. Like there could be, we can't predict the future. So with things that I'm of the stance of where there's a terminal diagnosis of, hey, we're 99.9% sure you're going to pass away within the next 6 months, where I think that might be an acceptable thing to go pursue. I think in the terms of, say, like a mental condition where we don't really know and there's an opportunity for improvement. So like prolonged depression, for example, like that might get better with environmental change or situational change or whatever. It may not, but it may. I would be in the camp of not allowing for those people to go through the process of assistance to end their life, because I believe that there is a higher likelihood that they could be improved. I guess if that's kind of where you're going with it.
You're weighing the potential improvement against a known quantity.
Correct.
Well, with regards to depression, it could be medicated because it's an easy way. We have pills, we have pharmaceutical industry that's with gazillion of profits, so they have a pill for that. Meaning the depression is something that's temporary that could be managed. We're talking about terminal phase here. Like, can we all agree that the threshold should be where you reach stage 4 cancer? There's nothing else that could be done that's beside you and pulling a plug. You have to. I just asked the question in general.
Well, I think there's a parallel being drawn between the suffering that you could characterize in a terminal condition to like the suffering that could occur through prolonged mental illness, right? As that's why it's included in as an option for MAID. So that's kind of where, for me, I feel like it changes things, because I see a cancer diagnosis and I think to myself, yeah, like, you know, diminished quality of life, maybe a difficulty breathing, like some sort of impacted consciousness throughout that 6-month period of time, where I'm like very favorable to the idea of somebody choosing the way they go out. But when it comes to like mental illness, the suffering and like characterized by suffering through something like depression, well, then I have more questions, and I align more with Primal in that instance, but that's the internal conflict, because who am I to say someone's suffering isn't worth their own, you know, liberty in that situation, right? That's the
and that's why I'm a proponent of freedom of choice in that regard, right? I feel like every instance is going to be somewhat individualized, and everybody's experience is going to be somewhat different. So that's why I am in the camp of give people the maximum choice in that, but also put some safety parameters in it for things that I think that are somewhat changeable in the near term future. Like,
well, we could draw a parallel of Roe v. Wade, just to put an example, just to put the threshold there was viability. Okay, the viability being viable outside of the womb and incubation or whatever, but viable. the threshold should in reverse. The threshold for assisted unaliving should be terminal with no other recourse. I would actually suggest, recommend a movie. Everyone take notes if you want. It's a French movie. It's actually made by Denis Arcand. I don't know if you know that director. Anyway, it's the movie is called Barbarian Invasions. So it's basically this topic of discussion in a movie. So I just go off the top of my head right now because this when I was listening to all the arguments, I was like, wow, this is the plot of the movie. So yeah, go watch that movie. It's a long movie. It's gonna make you laugh. It's gonna make you cry, but it's worth watching because it goes through a lot of ethics, soul searching, and it goes through a different span of emotions. So trust me, you're not going to regret it.
Yeah, I do want to push back on one thing you said about stage 4 cancer. Stage 4 cancer can be curable, given it doesn't have a great prognosis. But if somebody wants to go through that process and do that, I would absolutely support them in doing it. If somebody didn't want to go through that process, I would absolutely support them in doing it. I think the one thing is, I think it's not just no turning back. I think it has to be, there is something here that, the actual affect of suffering could be so high for the individual that they do not wish to face it. That is the one thing I want to carve into your definition here, Critical, that I don't think I necessarily agree with.
Which one is that? I'm sorry, refresh my memory.
The specific thing where it's like you're saying they have to be guaranteeably terminal. Again, stage 4.
Well, I say terminal in vagaries, but meaning like.
I know. I just think that it ultimately does come down that even if there is a process, right? Let's say hypothetically I get a disease. The only way I'm going to be able to get it is if I have to cut off all my lower, section below my belly button. I lose, the one of my favorite things in the world. And, when I lose that, that would have a dramatic change on my quality of life.
Well, that's going to affect your quality of life.
But that would be a treatment I might not want to do, right?
No, exactly. And that could be, while a bad option, it's an option, of course. It's not. It's a measure of outcome between you and your family and your doctor.
I agree with that. I just think that when you were stating the position, I think that what you were doing was very specifically loading terminal as one of the specific causes, where I do think that there are definitely places outside of even necessarily guaranteeably terminal. Like, again, there could be a TickyTack 1% chance you're going to survive stage 4 cancer.
Terminal is a vague legal term for that reason. So it could be interpreted like terminal. Is it like you're being given an estimate of 6 months, 3 months, like something like that. Where that's where I sit in terms of it could be interpreted, but as long as we have a clear mid wall to stand on, there is a threshold that you could be interpreted one way or the other. However, I would not apply that to a religious perspective because we're dealing in realities and facts and feelings and families. There's no that's it. The guide idea won't intervene because again, thoughts and prayers. So I just wanted to put that in.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to just make that one kind of clerical change because again, critical, we do hang around some certain areas, and there's this demonic word that people keep saying called nuance, and I despise it. But when I'm dealing with people around us, I think that it's best often for us to.
Well, that's the beauty of free speech. allows you to be to see who is against you.
Exactly, and it allows me to go ahead and argue against them against me, and back and
There
forth
you go.
until we go ahead and learn to live with one another, right?
So, Critical Rad, you had an argument for me?
Yeah, you're so fortunate because I calmed down a lot, and I kind of gotten. That's why they had like a very choice for music while you wait. It's because they want you to forget. All right, so I just wanted to point your attention. I saw you look at your camera for a minute. So for the religious perspective, neither of us are doctors. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So neither of us will be dealing in expertise or facts. We're just going to talk anecdotal feeling and common sense, quote unquote. All right. Okay. Can we agree with that?
No, not necessarily, because we can actually spend time going through the research ourselves and make critical thoughts against the information we have available. It doesn't require a title or profession. And
Yeah,
it absolutely does. Because there are rules, guidelines, an oath of do no harm, and the other I forget. But
here's how I like to describe it: is that I would not be able to be confident in going and diagnosing and treating somebody's illness. But when it comes to a particular topic of whether a particular procedure is beneficial or not, I believe that I could actually make critical thought on that based off the studies that are available.
Okay, but I hear you. So we're not talking giving a diagnosis. The expert has spoken. Basically, we're dealing with said diagnosis. So I'm gonna use your terms. The soul searching basically is what your family is thinking about it. You need to talk to your family because they are the ones you're gonna leave behind. So what they want is basically you want them to understand. You want to make him look your way, if that makes sense.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Sorry, I had to do it.
That was
Just too
very,
slow.
like,
We had to keep. We've lost so many
Wait.
viewers.
complaining, but I was like, what's going on?
Show the women's one. Show the women's one. They never thing.
This one.
Yeah, that's the one I like.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire.
This message is sponsored in part by.
This message is sponsored in part by. This message is sponsored in part by.
Oh, that was totally a lesbian clip.
I mean, I grew up on a horse farm. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I had to like re-attract the viewers. We
climb
lost
down
so
that
many
horse.
in like the last 10 minutes. They're all just like,
It's
We need to start yelling
fighting.
some more.
We're
Yeah,
not-
we need to start
we're-
yelling some more.
It's not even the yelling. It was just the it's nothing against you, my lad, but it was just the very monotone voice asking and question and talking,
Look.
and it was just like.
Look, I
If
for
you're
one
going to do
think it's
monotone, you have to do it properly.
crazy that people base their
Damn.
entire lives around a book. That might just be me. I think it's crazy. Anyone else?
You know, nothing makes me
Not
want to
long.
live. You know, I found the solution, Sarah. If you could just post those short videos in some of these terminal wards, then people might, especially gentlemen, might find the will to live just a little bit longer.
Oh yeah, I'd like a piece of that.
I mean, that
No,
might
no,
make
that-
me
that's-
even
that's
rise
exact.
from the dead, if you know what I'm saying. So, like, it's Anyway.
Okay, I gather my thoughts. So I was speaking of family. So it's basically who you leave behind. So you need to discuss like your decision with them. So how, what do they think of that? So maybe it's going to encourage them to live a little longer. Like I don't like hypothetical scenario. Like say I'm the one on the bed and like. I have my son, and he's telling me, "Oh shit, Dad! By the way, my girlfriend is pregnant." You bet your ass is gonna give him motivation that to live for something. I'm like, wow, I maybe I could try, like just to like get the ball rolling. And so that's why a family conversation between a doctor is crucial, and also legalizing euthanasia or assisting death is the legalizing should be like the number one thing libertarian should be really in awe about, because it's the ultimate liberty. You decide to do what you do with your own body, and in the way you so choose, in the time you so choose.
This is my response.
Hold on, because we have somebody that's exiting the panel, and I just wanted to give him a moment to say goodbye. Caucasian, to you.
Thank everybody for all of this, Sarah especially. I haven't really participated in one of these fully previously, so this was a learning experience for me. I kind of regret I didn't inspire more pushback. Everybody just kind of shrugged to it. Yeah. I was like, okay.
I mean, I don't like fully disagree with you. I just think we come from a similar.
Right. No, I'm glad you did, brother, because it would have been really boring without you. Y'all have a lovely evening. Much love. And don't let the man get you down.
Bye, Sasquatch. Well, I
very
think the floor went
curious.
back to TickyTack because he was trying to go first before I interrupted.
True.
Well, the TLDR is I'm not a libertarian, so.
No, well,
he just got owned, bro. Literally dog walked. Or he's got
that
the
are
leads and he's
basically,
dragging you.
that are basically saying like the tyranny of the government. Well, blah blah blah. The government is saying we're like hands off, like we're not going to do anything. So we're not going to prosecute. You do your thing.
Just a reminder that you can spend money on this panel to remove participants.
Here's the regulation.
Here's the thing: is that unaliving yourself is illegal, but if you do it, who do they have to prosecute?
That's a good point.
Well,
I guess you miss out on your other.
I guess
that's not actually true, because once again, in
one
Canada,
at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not true. In Canada, we have very
No. I want to hear Critical Rad. Critical Rad, go ahead.
Yeah, well, you could basically, if you really want to go like balls to the walls, it's you prosecute the patient post-mortem. Throw his ass in jail. You can bury him under the jail if you want. But what's done is done. His decision was respected, and code of ethics could be respected. Well, they're going to write the code of ethics, assuming they're written and followed. So I have no problem saying this is not suicide, because it's
Be mindful of which words we're using.
also seen as a mercy killing, if you want.
Well,
Sarah?
I come from the purview of a religious mindset, so I'm always going to try to prevent suicide no matter what.
Boring.
Well,
It is what it is.
What's not suicide to you?
What's not
My
suicide?
turn,
I could
Sarah.
tell you what is suicide. It's kind of hard to prove a negative.
What's not suicide?
A lot of things. Again, it's hard to prove a negative.
Thank you. Let's use the other words instead, just because we don't want TOS and stuff to pick up on it.
All right, unaliving.
I could tell you what suicide is.
TickyTack. use unaliving instead, just because it's a
Sorry.
word.
I totally spaced that. No problem.
That's okay.
I could tell you what unaliving is.
A better word is
Okay, well, tell me. I want to know where you're coming from.
Well, I'm coming from a religious mindset that
Oh
unaliving
my God.
is a sin.
It's a sin, but who says who?
Says the Christian God.
Yeah. And when was the last meeting with God?
Which interpretation?
The thing is, you're going into a theological debate, which is not something that I am privy with. And I would always direct you to somebody else to fight that.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is, I think if you were to dive into that religious debate, right, I think what it ends up being is
I'd really like to contend with Critical Rad on this. So if
All right.
if everybody could just be quiet for a bit.
Your appeal to authority is with to a deity that you
To
never
God,
met,
yes.
that you never met. You don't even know he exists. You think you know because people tell you he exists. But
You're presupposing a lot there.
well, you did a lot of that, and I just let it slide. So
I didn't presuppose any of your arguments. I presuppose my own arguments.
prior to my arrival, I basically I disagree with the religious perspective because nobody can tell me tell me that what
And that's your right. And if a bill came on to this table about whether we should allow assisted unaliving, I would vote no, and you would vote yes. There we go. We have liberty.
Yeah.
Okay, now guys, Sarah did not bring me. Wait, hold on. Sarah did not. I've been patient. Sarah did not bring me on here to listen to you guys go on and on and on past my time. Now, did they? That wouldn't be fair to me, would it?
You don't have time. You have to contend with everyone else here. Say what you're gonna say.
I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. First of all,
Spit it out.
It's up to TickyTack. I have no problem yielding the floor.
Well, thank you. First of all, this is a very complex issue. It's not a black and white issue at all. You're dealing with, let's look at it from different levels. First of all, whether you have euthanasia or not, if somebody really wants to delete themselves, they're going to do it anyway without the help of Dr. Kevorkian or anybody else if they really want to. Now, hear me out.
Sure.
There's different levels of all this. First of all, you've got, do I believe in it? It depends on the situation. I think each situation's different. You know, if you got some, 25-year-old who just is having a rough day and have depression and wants to wait. Let me talk, please. I didn't interrupt you.
It was clearly a soda pop getting popped open, or maybe a
beer
beer.
can interrupted you.
For heaven's sake, I hope it was a beer, but yes, everybody's giving you the floor, Spicoli.
My point is,
I didn't know the mic would be down.
Please.
Surprisingly, he hasn't said anything gross yet.
Dude. No, look, I can out-talk you any day of the week, so please be quiet.
Shut up, Spicoli, and get on with it.
Spicoli, just go, dude.
Every time you hit a link, you come on to jerk yourself off, and now you actually want to contribute to a conversation.
You want to hear me or not?
It's the boy who cried fucking debate panel.
Please allow me real quick. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to translate the Japanese once again. Okay, I'm going to translate the Japanese once again.
Let me just talk. Here's the point I'm going to make. It depends on the situation. Hi, Nev. Nev can stay.
Oh, my God.
Nev, please, let me talk. Here's the situation. This runs the gamut of everything. I mean, if you've got some 90-year-old elderly person who's got, a month to live, they're terminally ill with cancer or something, is euthanasia going to benefit them? Of course, especially if they're suffering. If you've got somebody on the other extreme who's 25 and they're having a bad day or something and they're depressed and they want to do it, I would think in that case it's not appropriate. And in those cases, you would want to put these people through a lot of therapy and psychological help. And then there's the gamut all in between. So this is not a black or white issue. You've got all kinds of people who want to do this. And I think you have to look at the reason I'm for doing it, but I think you have to look at the reason people are doing it. You have to factor in a lot of things, their age, their mental stability. You have to factor in all kinds of Well, I love the music she's playing. You have to factor in all kinds of things, you know? I mean, you know, it's, let's say, you know what, if some dude is, and it goes even deeper. Let's say you've got some guy who's paralyzed from the neck down, but he's a millionaire and he's got a lot of family and money to help him get through it. He may not want to go the deletion route. But then let's say you have a person who is paralyzed from the neck down and they have to be in government assistance. They're in, you know, in a nursing home or something, being treated crappily with shit. So they may want to be deleted. So this is a situation where I think euthanasia is definitely a personal thing, and we can look at it from another level too. My body, my choice. So if somebody really wants to do it, just like get an abortion or just not like getting the jab, if somebody really wants
good
to
for the
do
goose
it,
is good for the gander, for sure.
Wait, who am I to stop them from really wanting to do it? And here's the point I'm making. It's just like kind of with abortion. When abortion was legal back in the 60s, women in California had to go down to Tijuana and get the back alley abortions with the coat hangers. I'm telling you, they did it. I know women that did it back then. And the reality is, if you don't have euthanasia, then you're going to get people blowing their brains out and doing all kinds of weird shit.
Be mindful of your words.
It'll be worse, where at least the euthanasia, you know, they do it in a compassionate way where, let's face it, euthanasia, they're probably giving them some of the best drugs in the world to go out on, so they're going out high. But I think age has a factor, and they need to screen these people out. Obviously, if somebody's transgender and says, I'm in the wrong body, I want to do, they shouldn't do it for that, but I'm just...
This message is sponsored in part by...
Now, see, now, Sarah, if I was fucking her, there's no way in the world that I would want to be.
No way in hell you'd be fucking her, Spicoli.
If I was eating her dirt, I was eating her dirt shoot up, there's no way in the world that I would want to delete myself, even if I was paralyzed from the neck down. So see, a lot of it, there's so many variables involved. But yet, if she wasn't in my life, I probably wouldn't want to delete myself. So a lot of it has to do with that. It depends what your motivation is. You know, if you got a woman like that, if you're, let's say, you know, you're depressed and you got a woman like that coming over and she wants to, you know, make love to you every night.
Oh, she could bring fire in your chest for sure.
Yourself. But if she left you, here's the point I'm making. If she left you, that woman, you may want to delete yourself. And I don't think you should delete yourself over a woman like that leaving you, even if she's the best fuck in the world. So in that case,
here it comes.
In
Here
that
it
case,
comes.
you should not delete yourself. If a woman
You did
leaves
really
you
well
like
today.
that, if a woman breaks your heart,
Good job,
you should not delete yourself. Even if a chick like that needs you, you should not break your, you know. Now, if she decides to have sex with that horse, then I would delete myself. All right, Sarah.
What the fuck?
It took you 10 minutes.
Dude, oh my god.
Holy shit.
I was going to Spicoli for engaging with the topic and being on point, and then he had to go into the horseplay. Like he was horsing around. You know what I mean?
It wasn't my fault for putting the horse on the screen.
Patch holders are full of them.
Can I have my rant now?
Go for it.
Oh my god.
All right. I bought this wine very specific for this debate. It's a Durif, and usually Durifs are pretty expensive and pretty good, but this one, it fucking sucks. Don't ever freaking buy this. It's like a Cabernet for like $18 is going to be better than this $60 position. It's a 2020. It's a 2020.
Well,
that's why you just got to go with straight up scotch. You won't be let down. Just scotch it up. You'll be a better man for it.
There's a lot of good whiskey and scotch out here in Texas, you know, and it is a lot better.
That's what's up, man.
The thing is that the Pinot Noir that I had last night actually tasted like whiskey, and I think that's what really got me off on that one.
Are you putting away a bottle of wine a night?
No, not typically.
Oh, okay.
There's a special occasion for this weekend, you know. When I'm debating, I really have to think outside the box, and this is a lot of good motivation.
Yeah, but the wine is something I like to buy in advance and just forget for a couple of years that I have it, and it's fresh and cool. It aged a little more, so because the taste is not the same. Like if you buy as soon as you bought it, you're gonna get whatever experience. So whenever it's not a bad year. Like, don't get me wrong. Just saying, if when in doubt, if you can wait a year or two, so it's gonna age a little longer.
The thing is, I've had Durst in the same year just recently, and they were a lot better, a lot smoother, a lot more fruitier taste behind
Well,
it.
different
This
type
one
of
was
wine,
just kind
so
of
it's
bland, you know.
It doesn't always apply.
But there's a lot of tannins in this one, and it's just like you could tell that the fermenting process was just bad.
Is that a beer?
No, it's Durif.
Oh, yeah. I'm not good with tannin anyway. So
Well, that's nice. We'll probably won't keep you guys much longer since it is a calmer night. Maybe 15 to 30 minutes, depending. If you pick back up in conversation, I'm happy to let it keep going for a little longer. But I think a good shutdown, 15, 30 minutes, if it stays this quiet.
I'm good with that.
The only thing that I have to
I'm
bring
ready to
up
fight.
is, I only have to bring up is that I understand the arguments on the secular side of like where exactly do we draw that line of like a person who is in absolute suffering from like a terminal illness, at what degree is it acceptable to, you know, let it be and let him make the decision.
That's easy.
Unfortunately, that my religion alone, it by default is going to be that suicide is a sin. And that is something that somebody is going to have to contest with on their own decision.
Let me go ahead and interrupt you, Critical Rad, and then I'll give the floor back to you. But Primal wants to say goodbye.
Well, hey, it's been a thing. It's been fun. I'd say it's real fun, but here we are. Anyways, I appreciate the good discussion. TickyTack, I appreciate the back and forth. Rez,
You the same.
Rachel's Ghost, thank you for being up on here. Neve, Critical, Hornet, I see you up here, so I appreciate it. But I'm gonna dip. I gotta take care of a few things and wrap up the evening. So it's been fun.
Take care.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much, Primal,
good
for
one.
See you
coming
again.
on. I know you were looking forward to this one, so I hope you got what you were looking forward out of it.
Yeah, thank you much, and we'll do it again real soon. Thanks.
Definitely. Bye, Primal.
All right. So if it was not an ad this time, but can you just remind me, TickyTack, what was the last sentence what was your last point?
Oh, so my last point was that I can understand upon the secular side where somebody might be under absolute suffering. And there may be a line, there may be a point where it is better off upon their decision.
The line is simple. You just listen to your patient. As a doctor,
No.
Well, as a doctor,
not.
but I'm a Christian. You know, I have to go by my theology,
between
and
you
it's
and
not
your
as simple.
That's between you
Well,
and your
even-
maker.
Of course, I
Wait.
completely understand that.
Even from a
But-
secular standpoint, even from a secular standpoint, there's strict guidelines that we're following here. Like, it's going to be like if they're in an advanced state of irreversible decline, they're enduring like physical or psychological suffering that cannot be like alleviated by any method. These are like the criteria for MAID specifically, right? Like,
well, when you go from one person, to the next on these secular arguments, they're all going to have a different framework because, as you just stated, you know, it's there is a process. Whereas Rezzivaer was arguing the sake of liberty, the one able to make their own choice. So obviously, there's a difference in the secular argument on, you know, who should be available towards that. Where mine is.
Well, I'm more making a legislative like argument, right? Because this is like what's in the legislation for that.
Well, even under a legislative arguments, well, no, it's not necessarily secular because I have the right to vote on that same legislation, and I'm religious.
For sure. Yeah.
So it's not entirely secular.
No,
but again, this is something that has been voted in, and like earlier, I heard someone say that mental illness is not would be the line that they draw. But even in like the legislation itself, it excludes mental illness because they don't have the infrastructure or the medical care to prove that sufficiently someone would be willing to go through that.
You need to fund those departments.
No, what I would say is where exactly do you draw the line on this stuff? And I think that's where it becomes extremely subjective, where it's like it's hard to make that delineation on where exactly we draw the line on being acceptable or not.
But any believers has the right not to be euthanized, to not. They all have the right not to get one. That's fine. You choose the way you go. That's fine, but you will not impose your fate on your neighbor. That's suffering.
No, I totally can. You know, I can vote in the decision that I feel. It's like here's the deal. If legally that people were able to do so, I would not go to my neighbor and say that no, you cannot. But if there was a legislation there that I could vote on, then I will vote against it. And that is perfectly within my rights and liberties.
Well, yeah, that's. I was going to comment on that because if you're arguing that the position, like Critical Rad, if you're arguing the position you should have the choice to do that, he also should have the choice to be like, no, I don't want that, right? At a legislative point.
Like
yeah.
Right now we're debating about legal, legislatively. Right now, there's no bill proposed. That we're talking about.
Well, no, we're talking about a bill that has already passed.
The argument cannot be my faith is against it. No, this is a legal. We're talking reality in a legal perspective.
Well, when you're talking about bills, we vote on the bills, right? Like
it should not.
Even in the reality of the situation, that if there was a law in place that allowed people to do that, I would still try to knock on that person's door and try to persuade them in the choice of not doing that. But I wouldn't hold a weapon to their head and say that no, you can't make this choice. It's.
I think they would prefer that.
You were president, and you had the bill right in front of you, ready to sign. Would you veto the bill?
Yes, I would veto it. Because that is my religious stance. Plain and simple. I have to go towards my convictions.
Blame God.
And no, it's people voted me into that position, so I am allowed to. I'm allowed to make those decisions.
Like ghouls like that would speak in absolutism.
But here's the thing: is that the majority of people have voted me into that position. So why shouldn't I be able to make that decision?
That's assuming you have control of the house. That's hypotheticals. I'm talking.
This is all hypotheticals, 100%. What you presented to me was a hypothetical. I put you a hypothetical right back.
Hypothetical. The limitation was you are the president. Forget about whatever.
And how do you become president? You get voted in.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Forget what's outside of your desk. You are president. You have to sign or veto a bill. And you're telling me you're going to veto it. So
yes.
Okay. So you're spitting in the face of how many people who voted for the other person?
Not very many. Just look, the people voted me in, and that's how it works.
Aren't you supposed to be a president of all Americans?
Look, I don't agree with abortion, but obviously, abortion is becoming more legal across states, and I completely disagree with it. But, I can't control that. It's just the same way. If people were to vote me in as president, I would veto a bill against MAID.
Same question. Would you veto or illegalize?
I would veto the bill.
All right. So you have no respect for life. For the party of pro-life.
No respect of life. I'm preserving life.
You're preserving nothing. You're just
that's an assertion, but no, we're preserving life.
The life. What quality of life are you preserving?
Okay, are we talking about abortion or are we talking about MAID?
What we could go with abortion.
We're definitely talking about MAID, please.
We're talking about MAID.
Yeah, I don't know. You kind of blurred the lines a little bit for there. So for MAID, it is my religious conviction that we should be preserving life. And suicide is not an option, it's a sin.
Okay.
And we cannot predict the future outcomes of people.
The death penalty, do you support it?
To a degree, yes.
All right, and you don't see the contradiction to be pro-abortion and pro-death penalty?
No, because PDFs are convicted to death. That is part of the Christian religion.
You just asserted something that was not in the conversation.
That's not the criteria
I-
that would lead to capital punishment necessarily, like in every circumstance.
But I'm a religious person. I'm just going to give the response of my religious convictions, no matter what.
But you would
And the
cherry
thing-
pick, no, but you would okay, critical red. I'm sorry, but you would cherry pick like some convenient crime to sort of justify that one specific element of the Bible. It doesn't sound like you're making us like a claim for like the entire capital punishment. It seems like you've identified one specific piece that you can kind of check mark.
I'm not talking. I'm not talking.
So I'm asking to like in a specific situation. Okay, you would be for it in that situation for that crime, but for other crimes, are you for it?
For the capital punishment?
I'm asking TickyTack for capital
sorry.
punishment because we know that that's not the only circumstance where it would be doled out.
Well, based off my religious convictions, is that capital punishment is a very acceptable means of punishment.
Or that specific crime that you just identified. Is that not what you were alluding to? So in any other
specific
circumstance
crime?
you don't.
There are other
child predation or
circumstances.
whatever.
I can't list all of them out. You know, like I said, I'm not a theologian, so I can't really necessarily go out and list every single particular thing. But there is justification for capital punishment on a variety of things.
Well, it just seems kind of silly because I think the contradiction that Critical already points out, I think is already a big glaring weakness. And if your justification is that for one specific crime, that would be, you know, that you would follow through on that idea, then that to me is silly. Like,
I'm sorry you find it silly, but I'm sorry you find it silly, but this is my religious doctrine. I'm just following the doctrine.
Okay, but
It's like I don't live in the secular mindset of like weighing out what is or is not like appropriate because under the secular under the secular mindset, it's a lot of subjectivism. You know, it's like you just decide based off of your feelings how things are going to turn out. Where I look at a book which is presented by God. No, my moral objectivity. The premise is God. The premise is God. God presupposes what is available. Very obvious contradictions. Well, you haven't proved it.
Like the one you're making right now, right?
What's the contradiction?
Well,
the Bible
I feel like it's all
in and of itself.
No, what's the contradiction? Point out the exact contradiction.
It's based on the interpretations of its individual followers and their knee-jerk
based off the interpretations of what and feelings of what?
Their feelings of right and wrong at any particular. Okay, Critical Rad, you're making this conversation untenable. Like,
I'm sorry.
You're the one who's doing it. This is your argument that you're presenting against me.
That's fine, but he cuts out your voice every time he talks. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I'll just read. Is that better? Sorry.
Yeah, you guys are getting a little competitive on the mic.
Plain and simple, I'm not a theologian.
Okay.
You know, it's like I would present to you to come to Jay Dyer and actually speak to him about these particular subjects because he'd be able to answer it much better. That's the reason.
To defer to a book that you don't necessarily even are prepared to like convey in its entirety.
Because I have convictions for myself, you know, and I'm not saying you have to believe them. I'm definitely not saying you have to believe them.
But your convictions are they?
But I would say that
are they not tied or based on God? Like. That seems very individualistic.
I would state that. Like,
individualistic on what? On what interpretation that you're presenting me?
That seems subjective, right? Like what you just said right now. It's actually you called it objective, but
there is a degree to subjectivism when it comes to relying on your faith. Yes.
Yeah.
Like there is no way I can relay to you my experiences on coming to faith. There is no way I could relay that to you. But I have these convictions for myself, and I'm arguing on my convictions.
Yeah.
Do you know?
But to say they're objective, like that's what I'm arguing against. That
it's because I had an experience where I realized that God does exist and God is objective.
Well,
No, God is objective. God is objective.
One at a time.
God is not objective.
Yes,
Otherwise,
it
we
is.
would all agree. God would be a fact. Objective means fact.
Again, you're trying to like bring me into these arguments where it's like this is not my argument. Like when I actually came into the idea of MAID, I was giving you a secular argument. I was not giving you a religious argument. Now you're just trying to strawman me into situations that I cannot argue. I'm willing to admit that I cannot argue, and there is actually religious doctrine in that I shouldn't even be arguing into this. So I just point you into the direction of people who actually can argue this subject. Go freaking talk to Jay Dyer. Seriously,
Well,
he has open panels every single day on debate.
You've invoked religion as a defense in certain circumstances. I feel like you've taken.
No,
this too
I
religion.
really didn't during the debate. I'm only doing this during the panel. I'm only doing this in the panel so you understand where I'm coming from. I'm not here to try to like argue my position on religious faith. I'm trying to argue the secular argument, which is in the contention of how can you determine consent all the way up to brain death?
Wait, how can
That
you
is
know
the
about it?
argument. That is the argument that I present to you, and now you guys are just going on these tirades in order to try to put my religion on the stand, and that is not. That is not.
It as a defense for your certain positions.
No, I have not. I presented you a secular argument.
Children.
No, I presented you a secular argument.
Initially, and then you tied them.
No, for the entire debate, and now is the after panel.
Where's the clock?
right,
No,
so
he did make that very clear in not only his opening statement, but throughout all of his arguments that he did try to stay on point with the secular viewpoint in order to refrain from throwing the religious piece in, because he knew that the other side was going to be arguing on a secular level. So he made that pretty clear.
I can demonstrate how he didn't.
Okay.
Well, in his contention with informed consent, right? The understanding that, if you consent to something, that certain things could happen past a prolonged point, symptoms, whatever, death, suffering, all of these different things. The way you contended with the idea of informed consent was that, well, it's just a good thing to do because of God. Like, that was your argument. So
because that was presented under a hypothetical.
No,
if you're going to give me a hypothetical, I'm going to use my religion.
Okay, sorry, can I just finish what I'm saying? So you provided, again, a really interesting argument, by the way, a secular argument, and then you were given a secular, contention to that argument, and then you provided a religious response. That's how we got into this religious conversation.
That's exactly where it's at. And like I said before, but like I said, going into this panel, that I didn't have a stance on exactly where this is, where I actually contend with this. It's like it was literally just an argument that I tried, and I even gave liberties to Corinth when he talked about the do not resuscitate order. Yeah. He had a really good argument behind that. But plain and simple, I'm still going to convict to my religion when it comes to deciding on this stuff. You can't change my personal opinion.
Then just concede that you didn't participate in the argument as a secular person. You started with the argument.
No, I totally did. The entire debate, I consented with a secular argument.
You deferred to a book
it's like how can you contend? No, listen to me. How can you?
You'll do that.
Okay, can you steel man my argument? Can you steel man my argument?
Okay, your argument is this: after so you identify some period between cardiac arrest where the brain is still alive for 30 seconds. So far, so good. In that period of time, how can we say definitively that that person will not express a desire to live or to remain living? Right?
Yes.
Okay. But
far, there's also one more caveat on top of that. In that, if they decide to, if they decide to live, then they're going to experience the ultimate suffering of death.
Okay, so I think in that sense, I think it's just kind of ridiculous, even from your own religious position.
So
to say that death is the end of suffering.
No. It's like so what's going on is that you're advertising assisted suicide as a cure for suffering, although a person may end up in a situation where they go through the ultimate suffering. Have you actually cured their suffering? No, you've actually presented the ultimate suffering to them.
I actually think that's a fair consideration. I think the point being, though, is that the suffering ends. That's the most important piece.
I don't think that's most important in my view.
No, your view, again, informed by God in your participation on a secular topic, right?
It is my informed view on God, but the thing is that you've even admitted that very well could be a possibility of the ultimate suffering could be a bad thing. So where exactly am I wrong in presenting my argument?
I'm just saying that I am pointing out that your attempts to try and frame this discussion as your participation from a secular viewpoint has been inconsistent, and you've been inconsistent.
I presented you the secular argument. I just presented you the secular argument.
Hey,
did you not just defer to God?
And again,
yeah,
when we
towards the
talk
very
about-
end.
Neve, I have a question.
That was a conversation you had with me.
I have a question
when you,
for
when you
Neve.
presented the ultimate suffering, right? I would say it's the final suffering for sure, right? But I don't. Again, I can give you instances of things that would probably be worse than death. Like if I just kept.
Have you
in a
experienced
cage for
death?
years.
I'm going to bring it back. How have you experienced death?
I'm pretty sure a momentary like 30 seconds is not going to be is never going to span to a 50-year lifetime of being like, locked in a cage or
how do
doing
you
all these
tell
other-
time? How do you tell time in a conscious world?
I've also never been locked in a cage. But
no. But
preferably,
here's the
if I had to-
contend with my question. How do you tell time in a conscious world?
How do I tell time? Time
yeah.
moves relatively to how.
And when you're unconscious and you don't have that time element to reference to, what is time?
It's still your time is still flowing without you.
Yeah,
actively-
but if you're just in your brain matter of chemicals flying for that 30 seconds, is it really 30 seconds? Have you taken psychedelics before? I could definitely say that Neve has taken psychedelics before, and I can say that this hallucinating actually it extends time. You could experience a whole buttload of hours between just 5 seconds.
Okay, now we're having a drug fest. No, this is
it's like
Rich coming from
I'm
the
serious
only
about changing the
intoxicated
can.
person on the panel.
So the point is actually incredibly simple. I don't get why this is hard to understand. Experience of time is inherently subjective and can be altered given certain brain states. So to merely say it lasts 30 seconds is actually irrelevant. The actual relevant point is how the 30 seconds is experienced. So if the 30 seconds is experienced as 1,000 years, well, the fact that it is in physical reality to everybody else, only 30 seconds
Time's
is
only
irrelevant.
relative to.
But even in a conscious state, if I lock you into a cage for 50 years and give you no clock, you don't know how much time is flowing by. Your perception of time is
It's horrible. It's fucking
still-
horrible. You're just proving the point. It's like a person is trapped in their head for the 30 seconds, not knowing a reference of time, which could be 1,000 years.
He's drawing the parallel for the circumstance if you're alive. You're drawing it for the moments leading to death. There's obviously
They're still alive. They're still alive. They're still alive. It's the moments they're alive.
But the difference
So
being
this is actually
impending
not
death.
unheard of when you're talking about speculative fiction and horror. Stephen King actually wrote a short story called The Jaunt, which is about this exact topic, subjective experience of time being actually hellish in certain circumstances. And this was later adapted into a Team Fortress 2 SFM horror film, not exactly one-to-one, but close, called Emesis Blue, which you should all watch after this.
But
'cause it's a
time
good
is
movie.
only relevant to those who
We got it
observe
when you
it.
conveyed it the first time.
That's why
Sorry.
you
And
need to have
also-
clocks. You have 2 clocks to measure time.
Again,
so
when
you-
we're making a subject,
when I'm
looking
looking
at
at
it,
a question
I
for Neve,
grand whole.
actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Neve, are Christians incapable of making secular arguments?
Are Christians incapable of making secular arguments? I
Yeah,
guess
that's
it
what I
depends on the topic.
Okay, so what is a topic in which a Christian would be incapable of making a secular argument?
I'm just gonna.
When the consequence of so
Uh,
when the topic
actually,
at hand,
can
I
you
think
hold
would
the
be
thought?
human
I think Critical Rad Theory wanted to leave the panel. Did you want to go ahead and say your goodbyes?
I'm on my way out, actually. I'm just gonna push back a little, like just be easy on TikTok. I understand where he's coming from. He's just a little clumsy. I'm gonna say it respectfully with love.
It helps that he's
It's my first debate. It is literally my first debate.
Well, same here, buddy. So yeah, no, seriously, I understand where your point. You're gonna love the movie I recommended. Did you take note?
Oh yeah, I sure did. That is if my mouse is working on this notepad. The Barbarian Invasions.
Yeah, you're gonna. So it's gonna give you. It gives like it's a movie, so it's romanticized and whatnot, but it gives you a really good idea. So that being said, I don't dislike you, so I'll see you again.
I don't take offense to anything. Thanks a lot for being on here.
And Sarah, thank you for having me. This was a slice, and until next time.
Absolutely. Thanks for stopping
The,
by.
the others I did not talk to very much, but respect and love. So you guys have a good one.
All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
It's yeah. So Adam, it's my belief that Christians are incapable of making secular arguments as it relates to like life hanging in
Why?
the balance. And I feel like TickyTacky's demonstrated as much.
But hold on.
Why?
Why specifically?
Why? Because to entertain the idea or to entertain the thoughts, is that not just inflammatory to the faith? Did TickyTacky not stop in the middle of a conversation or an engagement with me to identify that his entertaining or his participation in the conversation was somehow, like, looked badly upon by his faith?
Yeah,
I think that
so
recognition
that doesn't make sense to me, honestly.
So once
Well,
again,
why did you
you've
say it
actually this is a complete failure to answer the question. So the question was what sort of secular arguments are Christians incapable of making? And as an example, you actually just gave me an argument that he did make. So obviously he was able to make that argument.
Okay,
Well, they can
so
make-
I'm saying
wait,
that in the
wait.
context of an abortion debate or euthanization, that you are incapable of making a secular argument because you will always defer to God in the moments where it requires.
I can make a secular argument for that.
I wouldn't say it boils
you make them
down.
for God? We're talking about
Wait, wait.
I'm not. You want secular arguments? I can make secular arguments.
I would say that it boiled down to that. Like, he was making secular arguments, but when it like pushed to the very edge, that's where it boils down to a religious argument, right? Where it's just like, my conviction is this, so this is this.
Yeah,
Well,
like
so-
I want to step in. So I even conceded to the idea of the hypothetical that if we can monitor the brainwaves of the person that they want to consent all the way up to their like brainwave death, I don't have an argument for that. But ultimately, yeah, as a personal choice, I'll make a decision to sway them away from suicide, just as I would for any sort of legislation that comes in. And the fact that you think that I have to take a secular argument to every single belief that I have for
No,
the
I'm
other
just saying that you
people,
present
then
your
whatever.
entrance into this conversation as such, and you have not done.
But doesn't everybody actually?
No,
Yeah,
the assumption
everybody
in this
presupposes.
conversation
No,
was that
everybody
it's secular,
presupposes
right?
their own ideas of what is beneficial for the society. Everybody does.
By deliberately making a secular argument, you presuppose the idea that the panel was based on secular arguments.
Of course, because it is mostly secular arguments. It's like
For
trying
sure.
to argue under the faith doesn't work.
No, but you're flip flopping, right? You're going back.
No, I'm not flip flopping. I'm giving you
There's
the
no
exact
flip-flopping.
arguments that I always have been. I haven't changed my arguments.
Just an FYI, we'll go for maybe about 15 more minutes and then we'll go ahead and shut down. You guys are having a
I
great
gotta run to the store in like
conversation.
3 minutes.
So believe it or not, Neve, somebody can hold a position from different reasons. Like I can hold a position for a secular reason and also a religious reason simultaneously, as long as those two positions don't contradict. So
Do you have an example?
yeah, well, I could say that I'm against abortion. One, because I find it distasteful subjectively, which is a secular argument. It's an argument from relativism, more or less. And secondly, because I think it's murder, and God disapproves of murder. Those are
wouldn't
two
you
different
defer to-
reasons. One
wouldn't you
secular
defer to
and
your-
one
wouldn't
is.
you be forced to
and
defer to
one-
your faith? You could have.
What's wrong with that?
Isn't it
Well, then
detest-
what argument are you
detestable because
actually
it is
making?
murder, though?
You could
Wait.
present, No,
Isn't
you
it
could
detestable
present your
because it is
secular
murder?
argument to me. If your motivations are tied to your faith, then you're just being disingenuous.
Well, so I can have multiple motivations for the same position.
So, hey, Adam, you're physically
there is-
capable of
there is
saying words
no-
that secular
Hey,
people say,
Adam,
but you're
Adam.
not capable of presenting
Wait, Neve.
secular arguments. in
Neve,
good
I want to dive into that.
Obviously.
I am.
wanna
I
dive into that.
literally just
Wait,
did.
I-
I literally just did.
I
I don't know
you
what
didn't,
you're
because
talking about.
That's,
This is actually
that's what
the
I'm
most
trying to
insane
dive.
shit I've ever
That's
heard.
what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to dive into this because I want to see what is detestable about abortions.
What I said is distasteful, and I was arguing from a subjectivist perspective.
Why is it distasteful?
Because I think it's disgusting. I think that extracting a
Why?
baby from a woman itself is a disgusting act because there's a lot of bodily fluids involved. It is a medical procedure that is unnecessary, so there's not like a necessity factor there. And if I were to see one in real life, I'd probably throw up. So I find it distasteful.
Just that it's gross is enough for you to be like, okay, I don't want to do that.
Well, yeah, so that is an argument, and that's one of the reasons I'm against abortion. It isn't the only one, but it's one of them.
If the process was cleaned up
So-
in every
but
sense of the
you would
way,
be
you could
against-
flip a
wait,
switch,
wait.
and it wasn't that way.
You'd be against
Would you still vote
childbirth in
against it?
general, though, for that, because that reason applies to childbirth in general. Well, no, I don't find childbirth to be disgusting. Oh, it's the same.
Okay.
It's the same function. That's what I'm trying to understand here. No, it isn't. It is. It literally is a leaking of bodily fluids and a fucking baby being extracted. It is literally a description that you just gave. So if you remember what I said, another part of it was that it's an unnecessary medical procedure. Childbirth is necessary at the point that it occurs. And childbirth is also not necessarily a medical procedure.
Are you?
In fact, I would say that the vast majority. I would say the vast majority of childbirths would not qualify as medical procedures, historically speaking. So you would say that it's not the gross part; it's the removing of the baby unnecessarily, right? Yeah, I find that to be gross. That would be
gross about creating life.
That's not.
Are you gross because you were created?
Because you said the bodily fluids thing, and we went back to that, and we were like, okay, that happens in childbirth. So the main thing that's popping out is going to be the reason that you don't like it is because a baby is being removed unnecessarily. So
No.
I do kind of want to point out the reason I brought this up is to show that I can hold a position for secular
Yeah,
reasons
but
as
it's
well as religious
disingenuous, right? Because you're
It's
making
not
an
disingenuous.
aesthetic yeah,
It is not
100% it is. You're
disingenuous.
making an aesthetic argument in your attempt to steal man a secular argument.
That's a
rather than-
no. That is a secular argument.
Okay, it's a okay. Here's a religious argument. Okay, nobody should do anything that Neve says you shouldn't do because last night in my sleep, God came to me and He said that you are the divine ruler. Everything you say goes.
That's fine. I don't believe in your religion.
Yeah,
I don't believe in your religion. You can believe that, but I don't believe
Our
that.
religion is Christianity. We believe in the same God.
No, we don't.
You see what we're saying here?
No, we don't.
No, to be 100% clear with you, Neve. To be completely clear with you, Neve, it is
Thank you so much,
it is
Sarah.
perfectly
It was nice
possible
talking to you.
for
All right.
Neve, who is
Thank
not
you, Neve.
religious, to present a religious argument.
Neve, honestly,
in fact-
if you're a Christian, thank you for presenting a Christian argument. But
that's what I'm trying to point out. That when it boils down, like again, you made an aesthetic argument, and then I was just like, okay, this happens in childbirth, and then you were like, okay, no, it's the other part. It's going to be the unnecessary removal of the kid, and that's fine. Like, but to add that, like again, it just feels a bit disingenuous when you start doing that, where it's like, okay, it's.
But the
right?
thing
Like,
is that we need to
act
present.
itself, you have a problem.
We need to present hypotheticals and situation to get people to actually think critically. So to just reject it and just say that, oh, that's disingenuous, it's like, no, actually engage with the argument, and if it really is disingenuous, you should be able to prove it wrong. If you can't, then it's a legitimate argument to critically think about.
And I think I've done a sufficient job of pointing out that the stuff that he pointed out was not necessarily the things that he had a problem with. I highlighted the one part that he actually has a problem with, right? Because that other stuff happens.
Well, I remain unconvinced, so...
And he doesn't have a conviction
Can I
against...
ask a question, Rufus?
Go ahead.
Okay. TickyTack.
Sure.
Like, is life worth preserving, or should like no life be preserved at all? Like, should everyone just like be killed? Like a baby, an old person who's like in a coma, should everyone just die? Is that your opinion?
Are you a harm reduction utilitarian, TickyTack?
Okay. Okay. So, what is your opinion? What is your opinion on life? What makes life valued? What makes life valid?
Because it's a gift from God.
Oh, you're a Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you.
I'm a hard Christian.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Me too. I'm sorry. I thought you were an atheist.
No, it's from my viewpoint is that life is the most valuable gift from God, and that we should embrace it.
All right. God bless you, brother. But
yeah, you too.
I don't know. Yeah.
I make a lot of secular arguments because that's the only way you could contend with people nowadays. It's not really if you try to evangelize and bring up the Bible, people are just going to shut down and stop listening to you.
That's true.
And
You have to be very
Well, it's not that they shut down. I would say that people like to critically analyze things, and the Bible is just not sufficient for a lot of people, right? Like that's
exactly, and that's evangelizing is talking about the gospel, which it just doesn't work.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like that's why secular arguments typically are the best ways to have these discourses, right? Where we're actually going to be contesting with the ideas.
Yeah, but ultimately, if you're going to give me a hypothetical in situations, that is a completely fine moment for me to introduce my religious faith, because I'm not going to keep arguing for a secular position if I have intrinsic faith,
That's the part that I have a hard time understanding, because if you're making the secular argument, you should be able to withhold that argument even within a hypothetical.
Oh, well, I was able to hold it up until the position where I could not anymore. And wouldn't you say that's actually providing good faith to the argument more than actually contending?
I would say that is good faith, but I would also say that is an injunction of or not an injunction, but introduction to your religious faith, right?
Of course. And I will say I did not have a position on this matter 3 days ago. I just came in as a contrarian. Honestly, I'm really open to hearing other different positions, and I admit to the flaws of my position in that very specific case scenario, which I'm thankful that Primal was able to identify and bring up.
Well, the thing about that particular scenario, he was basically just asking hypothetically, what if you're wrong? That as in you could determine it all the way up. It's kind of like saying if you could set up a perfect hypothetical, could everything be perfect? It's like, well, yeah, but it doesn't actually contest with the things in reality.
But that's why I gave you the hypothetical when I was on the hot seat, where it's like, if you're skydiving and then you decide to jump out of the plane, you can no longer withdraw your consent, right? You had informed consent up until the point you jumped. At that point, what happens, right? If your parachute doesn't work, all these other things can happen in that instance, but you were informed, you consented, knowing that these are possibilities, right?
Well, yeah, and I think it runs parallel to the do not resuscitate order, and I'll tell you straight up, I was filibustering for part of that. Plain and simple, I was filibustering you, so don't take offense to it.
No. I'm just saying that the informed consent part was the part where I feel is pretty important, because I understand the last 30 seconds argument, it could be the most painful thing that you ever realize, or it could be almost nothing, right? That's just going to be something that it's going to take time to analyze the brain and all these other things to figure out. But again, it doesn't remove the informed consent that this person actually gave beforehand. Just because in those 30 seconds, you have already taken the jump, right? You have already taken the hypothetical of jumping out of the plane.
Well, I would present the hypothetical of what if you had the opportunity to save that person's life, would you?
If you have the opportunity to save that person's life, you should, right? But again, it's just... But if they have a do not resuscitate, then it's kind of violating what they want to do, right? So it's,
but at the same time, if we could read their brainwaves,
we're gonna have a nuance.
But yeah, if we could read their brainwaves in that situation where they actually do want to resuscitate themselves, why wouldn't we?
Yeah, in that hypothetical, yeah. But that's again, that's the perfect hypothetical where it's just everything lines up perfectly, right? And
completely agree.
We all know that the world doesn't really work like that, so we have to kind of operate in in the gray areas, or to figure out a lot of the positions.
Of course,
there's some people who would be I want to die, so just kill me. Shouldn't we want to preserve every life? Isn't every life valuable? Even if they're my life sucks, I want to die. I'm tired of this shit.
Yeah, I don't think that's a reasonable excuse, right? But that's why I look at them when you look at MAID, like it has like strict guidelines on like what you need to like meet before like that is even a consideration. So like that's where I'm just like that seems
Hornet.
more reasonable for a lot of things.
So Hornet, I actually don't know your position on this, and you don't sound like a libertarian, and I'm good at sniffing libertarians. So what is your answer to the slavery hypothetical? If you need me to represent it, I'll do it.
That's when you post. That did sound like indentured servitude to me, where someone hands you a check, and you become their person.
Yeah, as part of it, you cannot back out in the future.
Well, indentured servitude has that. Like, you could be an indentured servant forever. So like that's why I'm just like, you willingly signed up to that. So I don't know where, like, morally, I would say that's wrong because you're taking over another human's life. But just from the autonomy aspect, that we can argue the other way.
Just 1 second, Hornet. What is the distinction between indentured servitude and slavery in this case? Because they seem
slavery is typically someone sells you off. Typically in slavery, someone's selling you off and making a profit off of that. Where indentured servitude is you are reaping the profits in some way, and you owe that person the whatever trade amount or
it's mutually agreed upon.
Yeah.
Whereas slavery, you are the product, not the marketer per se, or like you are the supply.
I mean, this is actually a unique definition of slavery, because slavery is just generally identified as one person owning another person. The question of how that occurred is irrelevant.
That's why
indentured servitude is fairly different, though, because you are choosing to do that because you have something that you need, right, or want. For instance, like I think the Irish were really big into it, I believe, where they wanted to come over to America, and the only way they were able to do that was through the only way they could afford to do that was through indentured servitude. So like there was something they wanted, and yes, you're going to have to work this dollar amount off, now the timing could depend on you, depending on how much money you're able to accumulate within that given amount of time. But essentially, like, there is an exit to it, whereas slavery, there's no end of tunnel kind of concept.
But
hold on. Hold on, back up. Sarah, was Frederick Douglass a slave?
I'm not that historical.
Okay, so Frederick Douglass, he was one of the greatest abolitionists. He was a black man who is commonly considered to have been enslaved, and I'm going to add that in, so I'm not assuming my own position here. He bought his way out of slavery, came to the North, started preaching, basically arguing against slavery from a biblical perspective, and was massively against slavery. Now the question is, given that he was able to pay his way out of slavery, does that mean he was never actually enslaved in the first place?
No, because the initial point was the slavery aspect. Like that's what you're going to be looking at for those two things.
He didn't have that opportunity being at the forefront. Like that was never a choice from the beginning. That was something that presented itself as a random opportunity for him later.
He was a slave. So
the ability to leave slavery is not actually relevant to whether or not somebody is enslaved, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's irrelevant then. But you're saying it's determined. So you determined whether or not something is slavery depending on whether or not the person decided.
Whether the person profited or willingly agreed to this.
Okay, so basically every person who's been enslaved for a significant period of time has profited in some manner.
Well, profited for themselves or not profited for a larger person, right? Like that's what when the initial, that's why I say initial point, that's what's going to define a slave versus an indentured servant. Those are going to be it's going to be the initial point that defines which line you're taking.
So this is, my basic criticism of this position is you're using a private definition. This is not the general definition of slavery. Slavery, the general definition that everybody uses, that I'm using, is somebody owns another human. That's it. That's the whole definition. And the sovereignty over that person is of the master of the slave. So you are actually just making up a unique definition of slavery in this case. You aren't actually using a common definition.
I'm using the indentured servitude definition to distinguish between a slave and a indentured servant, because they're written similarly, but there are key distinctions in the initial point.
Okay, indentured servitude. Okay, so indentured servitude is a form of labor in which an individual is under contract to work without salary for a certain time frame to repay a loan, such as a contract, and was historically known as indenture. Yeah, so slavery, which is ownership of another person, is inherently different than that.
Yeah, slavery is going to be different than that, right? Like,
yeah,
that's
so,
why I'm just like.
Can we let TickyTack go ahead and make his exit? He wants to head out.
Yeah, it's getting totally laid out here. I definitely enjoyed the conversations and the debates. Honestly, I still don't really hold an absolute position on this topic, so I'm open for being convinced otherwise. And I hope everybody come back at me with good faith. Thanks a lot, everybody.
TickyTack, I love you. God bless you, my brother in Christ. God bless you, brother.
God bless you too.
Thanks for joining the panel, TickyTack. I really appreciate it. We'll definitely add you to the list for more future topics as well if you'll have it.
Love you, brother.
Sounds good. Totally. Later.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll see you around. All right. So back to indentured versus slavery.
Yeah,
but that's why private definition.
Well, no, because the hypothetical you posed was someone hands you a check and then you sign, like you're signing over your rights to them, right?
Yes,
which is they have sovereignty. But that's indentured servitude.
So that is not indentured servitude because there's no
they still have sovereignty over you.
So indentured servitude is repayment of a debt over a certain period of time. They do not necessarily have sovereignty over you. That actually isn't implied by the definition.
Wait, the debt is being that they own you. That is the debt.
No, okay, Hornet.
That's why they're paying.
Can I ask
right?
you? Was
that is the
anyone worse?
The debt is typically like room and board, food, right? So that's where the consent implication becomes actually relevant, right?
Can I ask one question? Hornet, was anyone forced into indentured servitude?
Was anyone forced into?
Yes.
Some people were forced into indentured servitude.
No, they weren't. They weren't forced. No one was forced to do it.
But that's going to be a subjective way of looking at things, right? Like it's like if you want to eat, you kind of want a loan, right? It's like fuck. So no, like a lot of indentured servitude was for basic needs, like especially in the past. They would take out debts on themselves and essentially dig a hole so deep that they couldn't get out of.
Yeah, so you're basically just living to pay.
Yeah.
Okay, so they weren't forced though. They were either they had a choice: go to America or be poor.
Yeah.
Not all of them were not all of them were coming. That's just the ones that we learn about in history class. Like that's how you first learn indentured servitude is like
My
about
family were indentured servants.
Huh?
My family were indentured servants.
There were probably a lot because of like the mass like movement from especially like Ireland and such coming over. Like that's how they were able to afford to come. Like I'll pay for your trip, but when you get there, you're going to work for me for a while.
Exactly.
But I see that as the same. Like I would compare that to getting a credit card and just being given the like cash advance, and then you're still going to be working it off for a while and with interest, right? It's just a matter of what the cost is.
Yeah. Well, Tomato, it's a little different being in like $1,000 in debt And
But
all
that's
right,
what
you
it
have to
was.
be
They were
enslaved to
in
work
debt.
off
They
this
were in
money.
debt. But see,
Yes, but they have to work off it.
well,
to
now
live.
we have now at this point in time we have like credit checks. We have like they're checking our income, seeing what we have. Like, do we have any financial backing in other directions, so on and so forth. You have like assets and things. Whereas at that time they didn't have anything but like a couple of bags of clothes and maybe some potatoes. Right. So you have nothing to offer in that moment as leverage.
That's
So what it is coming down to is, okay, well, what are you going to do for me at this point? Well, I happen to have a ranch out here, or, I own a business here, or, I own a butcher house here, whatever the case may be. So if you come out, you do X amount of work for me, I'll give you free room and board. And you'll get a few extra dollars a month of some sort. But overall your pay is your ticket over, room and board, and food to get you through like X amount of years, and then you're free to go until you've paid that off.
If we want like a more modern example, we can look like how coyotes like typically run people into the US, right? They typically do this level of like servitude. It's like we'll put you in debt, we'll get you in, but you owe us at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the issue with
If we can talk about that, there's 340,000 unaccompanied minors that got brought into the U.S.
I
from
think
Mexico.
it's time to go.
Okay. Sorry if you. All right, sorry if you don't. If you don't want me to talk about it,
I did give a 50. I don't want to open up in a whole nother can of worms at 1 o'clock in the morning for me. But I think what I'm going to do is let everybody do their final thoughts, and we'll go ahead and close this out. I do have it set up to where we will drop into Flow State's show. He's always does open panels. So if you do feel the need to go continue the conversation, tell him I sent you, get on his, talk shit, whatever. It's usually pretty open over there.
Is he conservative?
I would say he's more of a
Why would that matter?
Yeah, I would say he's more of a like a libertarian.
He's like a moderate.
Boo! You
need a circle jerk to participate in a community, or?
But he still will
State is not a
have.
libertarian. He's some sort of radical egoist.
Okay, but see, old Joe's got me. He's a live and let live kind of soul. But he does have some conservative takes, and he does have some not so conservative takes. So I remember being confused when I first interacted with him, trying to figure out what the hell he was, because in one way he'll be this, and in one way he'll be that. Put your hand down, Wiggy. But so to the chat, hang on, buckle your seats, because I will let everybody do their closing thoughts, and then we'll shut down with a fun video, and then you'll be redirected directly over to Flow State. You don't have to do anything else, but just stay here. So Wiggy, why don't you go ahead and start with your final thoughts?
Okay, because I wanted to say, so I hate libertarians because they talk about freedom and all this shit, and everything they say is going to destroy our freedom. Like, they want open borders. They want like all these fucking people to invade our country. So, Tomato, I heard you.
Final thoughts are your thoughts. Final thoughts are your thoughts of the evening. Don't open.
Okay.
Let them in.
All right, so life is sacred. You should never end a person's life. Ever. You should do everything you can to make every person's life as good as you can, because that is what God wants. So that's all I'm going to say.
All right. Goodbye, Wiggy. Adam, to you. I don't know why the other one, Pinkerton, dropped.
I just put a brownie in my mouth.
Well, we can let Hornet go next if you want.
Yeah, go for it, Hornet.
Hornet, your final thoughts.
Came in here not having a strong position either way. I could go both ways. And once I started reading up on the MAID process, I was moved over more a little bit to that side, but still considering a lot of the things that we talked about, I think there's a lot of like discussions that need to be had about this. And I really enjoyed everyone giving me the contention and the pushback that I needed to figure out some of these positions.
That's fair.
Mine's quick.
Thank you for having me on.
Sure,
Mine's
go
quick.
ahead, Neve.
Well, according to my divine revelation, or divine intervention, whatever, depends on the way you look at it. It turns out God is a 21-year-old black non-binary TikToker who spends a lot of their time doing TikTok dances and actually doesn't really give a shit what we do. Believe it or not, it's crazy. I know. But if you don't believe that, that's okay. You're wrong. I'm right, because that's what she told me. So I will talk to you all later. Have
She
a
or
wonderful
they?
rest of your evening. Thank you.
Did you just misgender God? I can't believe you.
Yeah, she uses she, they pronouns. All right.
She, they.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough. Adam, final thoughts from you?
Slavery is bad. So is assisted suicide. Yeah, that's it. Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye, Adam. And shout out to Don Juan with the $1.99 straw man by Wiggy. Which libertarian? LOL. We love you, Don Juan. I'm always glad you get to stop by. Oh, another fun. Oh, yep, yes. Neve, you need Aquinas. Thank you, Don Juan, for the $1.99. Everybody needs Aquinas over here. Starting to catch a trend. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed another week of Moderator Monday. You can thank Michelle and your lucky stars for this wonderful topic. She picks them, and then they're great. They're wonderful. They're beautiful. And sometimes we struggle. We struggle with trying to make sure, like, are we tackling the right angle of a topic? Are we in the right direction? Has this one been beaten to death by so many people? You know, and we try to make sure we jive it up to where, you know, we're tapping into new fields, because we don't just want to see the same thing again and again and again. Because if you're all in the manosphere, you all know that that's all that they do over here is argue the same damn debates over and over and over again on every single panel. So I'm ever so grateful we shifted gears, and we shifted hard. So everybody be sure to send Michelle some love. She has her Buy Me a Coffee pinned in the Discord. She had, in the Nightbot pins it for her. And also Nightbot is now dropping her Cash App. So be sure to send some love that way. She did lose her bird, which we're very sad that Enzo has gone missing. And we don't think Enzo is coming back. We're pretty positive at this point. It's been like over a week, I believe. And it's just been too long. So if you Cash App her, send some love. This way she can go find her new best friend tomorrow. And that would be great. But yes, we love you, Michelle. We're so glad that you've been able to help me on the back end of Mod Monday. It's really exciting. Anyways, Thursday night, let's talk about all the whiny bitches in YouTube. Would you like to do that? I'd love to do that. One thing I've discovered, and it's been blatantly in front of my face all this time, and it's just really starting to annoy me, is that YouTube is full of crybabies. You guys are killing me. You are grown adults. You have mortgages, you have car payments, yet you can't seem to figure out how to not give a shit about what people say about you. So, Thursday night open panel, it is Mod Monday's ugly sister. So we're excited for that. And then Saturday night sip and stream. I think we've got a couple ideas brewing for that one. But anyways, to everybody else, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes, She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato. This keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.